Hello, hello, hello. Yes, I could hear myself. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay. Just give me a count in. Good morning, everyone from the Hong Kong Cricket Club. Today it'll be USRC taking on the Hong Kong Cricket Club Premier side. It's a chilly day, so the players are going to be keeping warm. And if we see the pitch, honestly, without the tram lines, I wouldn't have recognized it. It's a green pitch. There's going to be a lot to offer for the bowlers. And right now, USRC has won the toss. They're going to come in and have a bat. See you shortly. The players are out here, the two batters, the umpires, and the Hong Kong Cricket Club players. Looking at the pitch conditions, it doesn't seem to be a high scoring game. I'd expect a par score to be around 220 or 230 here. Nevertheless, the boundaries are small, and if the batters can get a good start, we could see a good total on the board. As you can see, the players are warming up. Two slips, and the opening bowler will be Ayush Shukla, Hong Kong player, Hong Kong fast medium bowler. He does get the ball to move a lot. Looking at the pitch, you could see those green patches, and that's why there's two slips, and I think a gully's coming in. If he hits the right areas, it will be a hard time for the batters here. For the batters, their main goal will be to get their eye in, make sure they could see that new ball away. After the power play, even if the batters are 35 without loss, 30 without loss, that'll be a good start for USRC. We're about to get underway. Ayush coming into bowl. Oh, well left, but look at that movement off the pitch. That's a good start from the bowler here. As I mentioned earlier, the pitch looks very green. And if they can extract that movement off the pitch and also get the ball to move in the air, they're going to give the batters a hard time. I'm actually surprised why there's only two slips. Two slips and a gully. If the ball keeps moving more like this, you might see some more fielders around the bat. Well bowled again and well watched by the batter. The skipper for USRC, Shahid Wasif. He's on strike. Lot of noise around the batter. Of course, if you're going to get the ball to move like this, you're going to see some happy fielders. Oh, I think that slipped out of the hand. Of course, it's a cold day. Did the umpire stop the ball? Interesting. I'm not sure what happened there. Perhaps there was some self-preservation. A bit of confusion for all the fielders and some of the broadcast members. Nevertheless, the umpire has called a no ball. I think there's a quick apology. Still a bit of confusion. Why was the ball stopped? The batter's having a quick word with the umpire. I believe he isn't so happy because he did stop before. I'm sure HKCC is not complaining. I could see some of those slip fielders having a good laugh. At the end of the day, these mistakes do happen, and as a batter, you got to accept it. As we speak, one of the slip fielders come out. We have a fly slip, almost kind of a fielder here, right at the edge of the 30-yard circle, and the third man fielder has come up into the circle. The free hit ball. Played on, this time, no intervention, that's 4 runs. Of course, that field change happened for the no ball. The batters did cross, and that's why the captain could change the field. Now standard fielders coming back in. It's a cold morning here. I'm sure it's not easy to field. The ball is going to sting when it comes into the fielders here. And gripping the ball is not going to be easy. Ayush coming into bowl. What a ball! That jacked back in a mile. We don't have a replay for that, but that ball did come in a lot. What a jaffa of a delivery. Right in the block hole. Ensuring there's variation, the batters are not going to be set. Having a look at the replay. A Yorker, but well played by the batter there. Akbar Khan opening the innings today. Usually he goes down the order. So let's see how this move does pan out for USRC. Well left by the batter, but Ayush is really tempting those off stump. At the end of the over, it's 6 without loss. Coming in from the other end is Adil Mahmood. He's a tall bowler. He's going to extract a lot of bounce on this wicket. Is that a nick? Not too sure. And I think the catch has been put down. We're going to have a look at the replay here. Adil coming again. Good bounce on the wicket. He's releasing the ball from more than 7 feet of height. I've seen him once at the nets when I was here at the club. He bowled a ball. He's a couple of inches taller than me. Around 6'4", I would say. 6'3". Tall bowler on this wicket. It's going to be hard to face. A beautiful delivery by Adil Mahmood. The batters here shouldn't be driving that easily. If I'm a batter here, the goal is to just see off this new ball. Want to be playing the ball as late as possible, right under the eyes. I wouldn't say driving is the best option at the moment. Adil, watchfully played. As you could see, apart from that one delivery from Ayush Shukla, it's been a good start from Hong Kong Cricket Club. The openers have been leaving the ball, but those were some very close leaves. Right under the eyes. Very well played. It's a cold day here at HKCC. I'm sure before there's another bowling change, the captain has to be telling the other bowler to warm up a few overs beforehand. With the start though, I don't see any change coming soon. Another beautiful delivery. It is 6 without loss after this maiden over. Just having a look at the ground, I I have this feeling that it's one of the best places to play cricket in this world. Beautiful backdrop, beautiful venue. The only thing today is it's a bit too cold for liking. Well bowled by Ayush. Batters call for two. Easy double there as the fielder comes in and picks it up. That was good thinking by the batter there. Soft hands played in the vacant mid-wicket area. As I just mentioned, the vacant mid-wicket area, the third man fielder, Aryan Chandramani, just comes in and fills up that gap. An edge, but unfortunately it doesn't carry. I don't think the slips are standing back. It's just one of those edges. The batter flashed at the ball, but unfortunately so, it died onto the second slip. That should give a lot of confidence to Ayush though. He's getting those edges. He's getting those close leaves. We might have something very soon. Again, very well bowled. Hitting hard lengths. A bit shortish, but well stopped by the gully fielder. On this pitch, you want to keep it as full as you can. With the amount of grass on the pitch, you want to ensure the batter plays off the front foot. Nevertheless, both bowlers have been bowling very good line and length. Ayush. That's it, that's the fuller length. You want to ensure the batter drives as much as he can. When the batter's going to drive, that's where you're going to get those nicks. And that's where you're going to have those slip fielders interested. Ayush for the final delivery. Once again, a beautiful length. The ball is seaming off the wicket. A near maiden, and it's 8 without loss. Adil coming into bowl. A good length, slightly short. And the backward point fielder gets a hand to it, saves the boundary. The other fielder does some good work, but has he injured himself? The fielder is grabbing his shoulder. Is that Luke Jones there? Yes, it seems to be. He's grabbing his shoulder. This doesn't look to be a good sign. Seems to be his right shoulder. The shoulder he uses to bowl. Good to see him back on his feet, but won't be surprised if he goes off the next over and gets some repair work done. That's the commitment from Hong Kong Cricket Club. They know this might be a low-scoring contest, and they want to keep every run to as minimum as possible. Every run saved is every run less they need to chase. We've been seeing lately a lot of these games in Hong Kong domestic. There have been close finishes, and every run matters here. Good ball. I could see to the right of the broadcast team, Sahil Malvenkar, he's getting ready to bowl. He's practicing some bowling warm-ups. I'm sure we can see him very shortly after the power play. Good ball. Straight to backward point. This has been a very good start from Adil Mahmood. 9 deliveries so far, just conceded that 1 run. Surprised they only got 1 there. You think they'd get 2 runs, but it was some spectacular fielding by the backward point fielder and Luke Jones there. I think the backward point fielder seems to be Ninad Shah, number 97. Back of a length. Across the club there are 3 flags, and you could see them moving quite a bit. It's a windy day here. Well left by the batter. As I was mentioning, it's a windy day. The ball is going to move off the pitch and it's going to move in the air. It's important they keep it as full as they can. Get the batter to play as much as he can off the front foot, and you would get those nicks. Final delivery of the over. Fuller delivery. Soft hands. The batter go for a quick single, and is it overthrows? Yes, it is. Fortunately, 5 runs conceded by Hong Kong Cricket Club. I wouldn't say it was a bad throw. Just those kind of days where there's no one backing up. A vacant gap there. And unfortunately, a sad end to the over. Those figures don't reflect how well Adil has been bowling in those 2 overs. It's 14 without loss. I used to continue for the 5th over. I'm sure they want a wicket or 2 before the power play ends. Good ball again. Well played by the batter. Is it going to go to the boundary? Yes, it is. Great hands there by Akbar Khan. Definitely not a bad delivery. It was just extremely well played by Akbar Khan. I was walking in the outfield earlier. It's not too much grass there. It's well cut, well kept by the groundsman here. So the ball is going to run away very quickly. After this delivery, the mid-wicket fielder goes back to the boundary. And you have fine leg coming in. Back of the length. Very well bowled there by Ayush. Looking at the table, Hong Kong Cricket Club and USRC stand third and fourth. With the finals coming up soon, they hope to get a victory here and boost themselves up. A spot is on the card for the finals, so they would ensure. Not only would they want to get a win, but they would like to win big, both of these teams. Currently, it seems Hong Kong Cricket Club are the favorites as they bring in their full playing 11. Good ball there, back of a length, straight to mid-off, sorry. But yes, Hong Kong Cricket Club do look to be the favorites. Nevertheless, USRC will back themselves, and they'll be hoping for a good victory here. Ayush. An edge? Unfortunately so, it goes down to the boundary. And that's 4 runs. It goes right between the second slip and the gully fielder there. There has been some fortunate boundaries by USRC. It's still 4 runs in the scorebook. But it's a moral victory for the bowler here. Two deliveries left of the over. Ayush comes into bowl back. He's bowling very consistently here, Ayush. He's pitching the ball 6 meters away from the stumps. It's that awkward length for the batter. They don't know if they have to go forward or back. But what Akbar Khan is doing very well is he's ensuring to play the ball late, right under his eyes. As a batter on this pitch, you don't want to be throwing your bat. You need to meet the ball right under your eyes. Ayush Fuller. And beautifully played by Akbar Khan. What a shot. It runs to the boundary straight down the ground. But that was an amazing shot there by Akbar Khan. Top hand, completely firm. Nothing too wrong with the delivery there. It's just Akbar Khan, he waited for the ball, ensured it was right under his eyes, and beautifully driven there down the ground. As we can have a look in the replay. Sorry, the replay fell short, but it was an amazing shot. Foot to the pitch of the ball and beautifully driven. To me, that was a shot of the day. USRC getting much more confidence. After 5 overs, it's 26 without loss. Adil to continue. Both these bowlers are hitting good line and length, ensuring they don't give any width to the batters. Again, the previous delivery, it was slightly full, but Akbar Khan is watching the ball very well. So is the other batter, Shahid Wasif. Apart from those couple of edges, they have been looking there. They have been looking good at the crease. Again, good bounce from Adil. That's the advantage of the extra height. When you're releasing the ball from much higher up, you can get good bounce off the surface. So for Adil Mahmood, even if he keeps it a bit fuller, he can still get the batter to be double-minded on coming onto the front foot. I have a feeling something's coming up this delivery. Is it so? Not quite. Again, 3 good balls. He's looking like a bowling machine out there. He's he's eyed in where he wants to bowl, and he's just been hitting that length. As you can see, Akbar Khan going to that pitch, and he's just softening up that mark Adil has been bowling. Goes to show the consistency at which Adil has been bowling, hitting the same spot again and again. Again, beautiful delivery. Batter thought of leaving it, hit the pads, straight to the slip. With a start like this, might as well see him for a 6 over spell. He's giving the batters a hard time. I'm sure the captain must be thinking of extending his spell beyond the power play. Beautiful delivery. Is that a nick? There's a nick! The umpire's given it out. The batter doesn't seem to be so happy. There was a faint appeal from the HKCC fielders, but nonetheless, if the finger goes up, the batter, you have to walk. And that's the end for Shahid Wasif. It doesn't seem to be so happy. But Adil Mahmood finally gets his reward for wonderful bowling. That's what you have to do as a bowler. Just keep hitting the same spot again and again, and the batter will give you his wicket eventually. He was looking good though. Fortunate he got dismissed, but that's a good breakthrough for HKCC. The captain gone for USRC. It's 26 for 1 after 5.5 overs. We still await confirmation, but it seems to be Suhaib Ahmed coming in at number 3. As you can see, he has shirt number 18. There have been a couple of batters who've donned this number 18 shirt. Of course, the most famous, the one and only King Kohli 18. Don't know the reason behind that, why he has number 18, but that might as well be a very good reason. Speaking of King Kohli, India versus Australia, the third test in Brisbane. Unfortunately, we didn't get 90 overs yesterday due to rain. Hopefully we could get some more in, and we can get to see him bat. Hopefully by today, if India gets more of the Australian lineup out. Adil to continue. Good ball, and very well played by the batter there. After 6 overs, it's 26 for 1. With the new batter in, I'm sure the discussion would be to not play any rash shots, just to see off these new bowlers. A couple of maidens will not hurt them, but a wicket here will bring things easily in for HKCC. Ayush, back of a length. Ayush has been bowling quite well. Apart from that early beamer at the first or the second ball of the innings, he's been looking very good. He must be mindful though, as that did seem to be a dangerous ball. Not sure if the umpires gave him an official warning, but one more such beamer and he might be out of the attack. Doesn't seem that'll be the case. He's gotten good control of the ball now. He's hitting those hard lengths. Off the thigh pad. Goes back to fine leg, where Adil Mahmood does the cleanup. Umpire signals one leg by. His figures don't reflect how well he's been bowling. 3.2 overs for 20 runs so far. He's been bowling much better than what they show. Suhaib Ahmed, he's going to be watchful here against Ayush. The batter's having a quick word. Perhaps he'll play to the reputation. Of course, Ayush Shukla is a very active member in the Hong Kong Cricket Club. In the Hong Kong national team. One of their main pace bowlers for Hong Kong. Ayush into bowl. Very late onto the ball there. Eventually well played. But that was a late decision to play. He looked like he wanted to leave the ball. Last minute he thought it might come in. Just put the bat down. Sharp reflexes there by the batter. Currently the mid-wicket fielder comes back here right beside the broadcasting area to third man. Almost right behind the gully fielder. Back of a length. The batter saw the field change and hits it right there where the fielder was. Fielder seems to be Aryan Chandramani, who seems to be giving a smile at us in the broadcast. He was right there. If he didn't move, a catch could have been coming, but I'm sure the batter wouldn't have played that shot. A stylish pickup. 4 runs to the batter. He's getting some signals from the gully fielder to move towards his right. That was beautifully played by the batter there. Saw Ayush pull back his length and went for it. As expected, a bit fuller. But with that vacant mid-wicket field, the batters would target it. They were going to come back for a second, but unfortunately, Suhaib had a slight slip at the non-striker. He's pointing towards his partner. There's some dampness or there's some dew perhaps on the pitch. It's an early morning here, just 10 o'clock. With monsoon season right now, or I mean the monsoon warning, you can expect some dew on this cold, chilly day. Ayush for his final delivery. Good bounce there. That was much unexpected. He was hitting those same lengths, but this one took off much more. I think that's going to play on the batter's mind. After 7, it's 32 for 1 wicket. Adil for his fourth over. Well bowled again. Fuller to what he's been bowling. And I think that's a good ploy. With his height, he's going to extract that bounce. And when you keep it fuller, the batter cannot leave off the length. As you can see here, Shoaib had to play forward. So far, good figures from Adil. 3.1, 2 maidens. Just gave 6. As he speak, he gives one more, but that's alright. You're going to get the all bod to drift down the leg. Adil coming into bowl. Back to his consistent length. 5 meters behind the stumps. One thing Akbar Khan is doing very well is that he's letting the bottom hand loose in case for the edges. That's why when he edged the ball earlier off Ayush's bowling, it didn't carry to slip. So that shows some good technique by the batter here. Very experienced player. Soft hands again. What it does, it just negates the value of the slip there. Because even if you get that edge, it's not going to carry to the fielder. Some interesting information from our manager here, Mr. Atif Hussain. Sohaib Ahmed, the non-striker, it's his only second game for USRC as he plays back home at the UK. Sure, in UK conditions, he's used to this chilly weather. Nothing new for him, and you can expect a big innings. Must be very familiar to such green tops. Driven by Akbar, but straight to mid-on. With a blink of the eye, another over done, just conceding 1 run. Adil Mahmood, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7. Apologies, 1 for 7. There was the nick for Shahid Wasif. Beautiful bowling there by Adil Mahmood. Hong Kong Cricket Club 33 for 1 after 8 overs. They've managed to only concede 33. Ayush. This seems to be deja vu for me as a commentator. I've been seeing at least 10 deliveries of the same level. Back of a length, batter just meeting it right under his eyes, playing down it towards the bowler or gully. Of course, both Ayush and Adil Mahmood, very experienced campaigners. They played for the national side. It's their home ground. Again, same type of delivery. Back to the bowler again. As a batter here, your job is not to get frustrated or flustered by the series of dot balls. With the pitch conditions, 220 as well could be a good total for the batting side. The worst thing they could do right now is an attempt to score more runs. They lose their wicket here. Shortish ball. Is that a chance? And there it is. That's a wicket for Ayush. His first of the innings. Caught by Aryan Chandramani. He was here at third man and the captain brought him back at deep mid wicket. Good catch there. As I was speaking of not giving away his wicket, and as I talked up Sohaib Ahmed, he played that loose shot. The shot was not on with the field. And unfortunately, he has to go back early on. Hong Kong Cricket Club, they're off to a good start here. 2 wickets in the power play. It'll be interesting to see if they can get another one. USRC 33 for 2 after 8.3.
अभी कुछ आ रहा है now can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
That's right. It has to be
Ah.
up from here.
So a fixed mic is on. I'll put it somewhere a bit distant over here.
Okay, so then I can also hear you.
So
The new batter here, Waqas Khan, number 20.
हमारा home team होता you would have caught 5 Lebanese menu.
As you can hear from the effects mic, Mr. Nitesh Hemlani, working for the Hong Kong Cricket Club and used to broadcast as well. Always good to have him around. Wonderful delivery again by Ayush. It's a good start there by Ayush to the new batter. If Hong Kong Cricket Club could get another wicket, they're then exposing USRC's middle order very early. Ayush, watchfully played there by Waqas Khan. But beautiful bowling. It's wonderful to see Ayush bowling. I have the view right behind his arm. Smooth run up. He seems to be very relaxed as he approaches the crease. You see some bowlers taking some examples of international cricket, such as Sean Tate. You had some other kind of bowlers like Brett Lee. Although smooth, you would see there was a lot of grunt work or there was a lot of energy coming in, but Ayush seems to be very relaxed, and I think that helps in his bowling. At the last second, he just lets it go. He's releasing the ball, but it comes at good pace. Good clicks there from Ayush. Well bowled there, maiden wicket. And USRC 33 for 2 after 9. Adil back for his 5th over. Played, but good fielding there by Aryan Chandramani. Not only does he save a potential boundary, but ensures the batter remains on strike. As a bowler, that is essential to getting a wicket. It's all about setting up the batter, and when the batters start to rotate strike, even if you have two right-handed or left-handed, it does ruin your momentum. Beautifully bowled there. I want to say it was a good leave, but that leave was off the bounce rather than off the line. When the ball is moving that much, to be euphemistic, those are bowl leaves. You're always at risk of losing your off stump. But that's good thinking there by Akbar Khan. He knows Adil is getting extra bounce off the pitch due to his height. There he drives the ball. I'm sure if he didn't let go of his bottom hand there, played it with his firm hands as he usually would, he would get a boundary. But again, the soft hands is there as a protective measure for any of those nicks. You want to negate those slips. Even if you get those edges, you don't want it to carry there. Good defensive technique shown by Akbar Khan. Currently, he's 24 off 32. 4 boundaries. He's looking good there. Waqas Khan tries to take the single. Fortunately, gets the upper part of the bat and it travels towards that mid-wicket inside the circle. But good thinking there shown by the batters. Just tap and run. Can rotate strike. You don't need those boundaries here. You just don't want to be there for the same bowler for 6 deliveries. As you play more dot balls, as you play more of the bowler, you run the risk of getting out. Soft hands, played towards fine leg. Good batting display. I'm sure they want to have a good 4th wicket partnership. 2nd wicket partnership. For his final delivery and the power play, Adil Mahmood watchfully left there by Akbar Khan. Signals to his non-striker some movement. At the end of the day, you did survive. You did your job as an opening batter. What a prediction! I managed to predict this at the start of the innings. 35 runs at the end of the power play, and that's exactly where they are, USRC. I must say that I did say 35 without loss. That should have been the target for USRC. Those 2 wickets would be the only concern. The runs right now, they aren't. Even if they scored 20 for no loss, that should have been something USRC would have been proud. To see off those opening bowlers, to ensure the middle order comes in a bit later to accelerate the innings. That should be the goal. Nevertheless, this is something these 2 batters can do right now. If they manage to have a partnership for the next 25-30 overs, they have the fire in the batting lineup to accelerate the run rate towards the end. No surprises, Ayush for 6th over. With the way he's bowling, you don't want to be taking him off. As a captain, you must acknowledge it's a chilly winter morning. It's hard to warm up again and again as a bowler. So longer spells when the bowler is warmed up, when he's bowling well, you want to keep him there as long as possible. I think this is beautiful captaincy here by the Hong Kong Cricket Club captain. I believe the captain is Kinchit Shah. Back of a length. Soft hands, but Ayush quick there. An appeal, half an appeal. Ayush didn't appeal much, but a good throw there. Good aggression shown by Ayush. That's the intent. You have to play as a quick. Want to be at the batter. You want to show that you don't want him to score any runs. It'll play into the batter's mind that this bowler is looking for my wicket. Running in a smooth action, Ayush. Beautiful! The ball did move. Was full, but kudos to Akbar Khan for that leave. That's some good judgment shown there by the two batters. Good respect shown by these two batters to the opening bowlers. I'm sure they'd like to put the first change bowler under the pump, but they'll have to be very careful with that, as that's where they can lose their wickets. Again, good length there by Ayush, hitting those hard lengths. This time the batter managed to leave off the length of the ball. I didn't see any cracks, so there shouldn't be a two-paced wicket or uneven bounce. It's mainly the grass on the pitch. Due to the level of grass, the ball is going to seem there's going to be some late lateral movement, but vertically the bounce should be the same. A good pitch here prepared by the Hong Kong Cricket Club groundsman. Again, beautifully bowled by Ayush. As I was mentioning earlier, most of the wickets do come to the first change bowler when you have a pair of good opening bowlers. And the reason for this is the batters there, they score too many dot balls against these opening bowlers and they feel internal pressure to up the ante with the first change. That's where they'll have to show their experience, they'll have to show their patience. They need to assess the conditions and give themselves the liberty to play a few more dot balls or a few more slow overs. Good bounce there by Ayush. After 11, it's 35 for 2. As you expect, Adil as well to bowl his 6th over. Ironic because he has number 6 behind his back. Good drive by Akbar Khan. Again, he's letting that bottom hand loose. He knows that if there is a nick, it shouldn't carry to the slips. The drawback to having that bottom hand coming off the bat is that while you do negate the value of the slips, you're losing out on some scoring opportunities. But for him, that shouldn't be the concern. It's 24 off 34. As long as you can rotate the strike ever so often. There you go. He shouldn't have rotated the strike there, but it doesn't seem to be any backup. This is the second time there has been an overthrow. First, there was an overthrow of 4 runs, again off Adil Mahmood, and then an overthrow right now. 5 runs conceded in total off overthrows. If you subtract that off his figures, 5.2 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs. An economy of less than 1. That means 50% of his runs have come off overthrows. You do feel sad for Adil. Wouldn't concern him too much when you can bowl dot balls like those. Those 5 runs will really not matter. Of course, that might be my naiveness if this goes down to the wire. But at the end of the day, what's conceded is conceded. You just move on. Adil again. This is all deja vu happening. Quick singles. Ball onto the stumps. This one was interesting. Seems to be Sal Malvenker using some of his football skills. He didn't even pass the ball into the stumps. He used some of his ankle, so the bottom of his shoe, just rolled it towards the stumps and it knocked off the bails. Smiling face from him. Sure, he's been practicing a lot of football then. Soft hands, but those HKCC fielders are always up. Despite the overthrows, there has been some good fielding displayed by HKCC. One thing they do very well is that all the fielders who are inside the circle, the moment they hit the ball, they're ready to stop that single. No one's camping around the circle. They're walking in with the bowler and they're all alert. You just hope there's someone backing up. Same ball again, outside off, fifth stump. Batter leaves it. And as a deja vu ball again, that's the completion of 12 overs. Will we see Ayush Shukla coming into bowl his 7th? Ayush is walking in. Is he coming into bowl? Yes, it does. It looks like he's going to bowl his 7th over in a row. The last time I saw this happening was when Haris Muhammad of Little Saiwan bowled 10 overs in a row. He started the proceedings for Little Saiwan against Pakistan Association, and I kept calling it on commentary that he's now going to be taken off the attack. But again, I named him Mr. Consistent for a reason. He was hitting the same spot over and over again, and he bowled out all his 10 overs. Will this be the case for Ayush? If he keeps on bowling this, I wouldn't be surprised if his captain just made him bowl all 10 overs at the moment. Looking at the lineup for Hong Kong Cricket Club, of course they have Sal Malvenker, who can bowl. We saw him bowling in the 6s. You have Kinshut Shah, the captain himself. Off spinner Luke Jones. I think he's on the field, so his shoulder should be fine. Then you have Aryan Chandramani. You have Anshuman Rath, so they have enough bowling lineup. Might as well bowl Ayush Shukla out. So for 15 balls played by Waqas, 2 runs only, but that wouldn't bother him at all. The idea here for the batter is to just play out 70-80 deliveries. Even if you're scoring 40 of 80, that's a job well done for Waqas Khan. Good length. Interesting shot selection. When you have 2 slips and a gully, you wouldn't want to be playing it down to third man. Of course, there is no third man fielder, but it's a risky shot. Might as well just give some slip practice, some catching practice to the slips. Lucky for him, he played it on the ground and didn't carry to the slips, but Ayush should be happy seeing what the batter did there. It's a good ploy there by the captain, tempting the batters to play in that vacant third man region. Inside edge, almost had his man, but that's 1 run. So Waqas Khan 3 off 17. Two deliveries left for Ayush. Shortish. Think he misses length. That's why some frustration shown by him. A bit of a wild throw to say by the fielder there. Looks like Aryan Chandramani. but no damage done as you had the point fielder ready for backup. You see this very often, sometimes when you have a fielder on the boundary, when there's no keeper, it's hard to assess the depth, hard to assess how much power you need to give in when you throw the ball, but no damage is done if you have the right fielders backing up. Beautiful delivery. I've lost count to the number of times I've said beautiful delivery, and that's because of the way these two bowlers have been bowling. Absolutely spot on, right on the money, 6 meters away from the stumps, moving the ball perhaps off the air and off the pitch. Nothing much the batters can do. Even if you don't get any bat on it, that's a moral victory to the batter. Adil also coming in to bowl his 7th over. That means a 14 over bowling partnership by these two bowlers. Not only is that some good faith shown by the captain, but it's also good stamina and athleticism shown by these two bowlers for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Adil again continuing to bowl in the same spot. Good bounce. Does seem that he's bowling slightly slower than the first few overs, as the ball didn't carry as much to Adit. But that's okay. The pace really does not matter here. It's about where can you pitch the ball. When I see Adil Mahmood bowling from this angle, it does remind me a bit of Morne Morkel. Not more about the run-up, but at the end of the gather, the arm going back, the build of those two, quite similar. I was recently watching a video of Australia versus South Africa in the 2011 World Cup, which was hosted in India. There was an interesting warm-up game angle, and it was beautiful to see how those international bowlers, they can get so much pace and bounce. Speaking of international bowlers, Adil is doing a good job. Unfortunately, the fielder there, he fielded over the ball. There was good effort and good energy shown there. He did the right things. He just unfortunately rolled over the ball instead of stopping the ball. 3 runs there to the batters. It's a good result for them, as it means they can change strike. If the bowler is not bowling to the same batter, you don't set up the batter. It's as simple as that. Beautifully bowled. The batter managed to get his bat out of the way, but it was a definitely risky leave. The bat was too close to the ball for my liking. Speaking of liking, it's definitely a cold, cold Hong Kong morning. Not sure if you can hear it from my commentary, but I do have the jitters. Watchfully played. Thought of a single, but early call from Akbar Khan. I was surprised to see the ground staff here. Mr. Peter. He was walking in shorts and a t-shirt. I did ask him, how could you do that on such a chilly morning? It's just something commendable for me. Right now I have a shirt and a hoodie on, but because this ground is located on a hill, you could definitely take a few degrees off the observatory. Would say right now it's 11 degrees here at Hong Kong Cricket Club, and we're not moving around like the players. But that's okay. I don't mind to stay in this cold if I could see bowling like this. Beautiful bowling shown by both Ayush and Adil. I don't think Ayush is going to come in for his 8th over, as I see him walking in his hoodie. Not a hoodie, but his jumper. I see Ninad Shah bringing the helmet. So it looks like A spinner may be introduced in the attack. Not a spinner. It's going to be Sahil Malvenkar. Medium pacer, and it seems Adat Gorawara, the keeper, is going to be up to the stumps. He did take quite a few wickets against KCC in the two-day game. Again, he bowls at tricky pace. It's not too fast, but at the same time, it's at that decent clicks. As a batter, you have to be playing him as a pacer, but it's not going to come off the bat too easily. So as a batter, you have to be watchful, and that's why batters are tempted to walk outside of the crease and try to loft him around. But with the keeper back to the stumps, it's not something they can do at the moment. Since it's the second power play, you can have 5 fielders outside. I see a deep square leg, mid-wicket-ish region. I see a deep fine leg. I see a deep cover. So 3 fielders so far. Sahil coming into bowl. Sahil bowled very well for that first delivery, a good start. Again, well played by the batter there. It'll be interesting to see what the strategy is against him. Will these two batters try to get the singles? Will they try to play him out? Or at some stage, would they want to take the charge? Early signs there that they're going to be positive. Akbar Khan, he seemed to have an eternity there. That's the class of the batter. The ball didn't come as low as he made it seem. He felt like he was watching the ball for a very long time. He let it come towards and he flicked the ball for a very good boundary. 4 runs to him as he moves on to 33 runs. Thoughts of a single, but not on. You don't want to be chancing those risky singles with these Hong Kong Cricket Club fielders. They're very active. They have good arms. Before the game start, they were practicing some of their bowling and fielding, and I saw a lot of direct hits. You wouldn't want to chance with any of these fielders here. Seems to be a leg cutter from Sahal. 1 run taken down towards deep cover. Good thinking there. 5 runs already without any risky shots. I'm getting a word from the scorer that I last time apologized too much on commentary. With the jitters today, I might as well be doing the same. Beautifully bowled. Fortunately, a bit on the pads, so the batter could play it towards that mid-wicket region. But no damage done, as the captain has protection for him there. Interesting stat, out of the 48 runs scored, 34 are coming from Akbar Khan. So you could say around 70% of the runs are coming from Akbar. And if you look at the number of balls, around 90 balls bowled and 45 from Akbar, that means he's scoring above the run rate for USRC. At the end of 15, it's 48 for 2. The umpires have taken the ball from the players. It seems to be drinks, and we're going to have a quick look at the batting card. At the moment, it's hard to see the scorecard. I'll just have a closer look. Shahid Wasif, again, that unfortunate dismissal for his opinion. The Hong Kong Cricket Club players were confident that he was out. He was dismissed for 2 runs. And shortly after, Suhaib Ahmed, he was looking good. The conditions did suit him, Unfortunately, he had to depart early, but this partnership so far 15 of 39 by Akbar Khan and Waqas Khan. Having a quick look at the bowling card, nothing much to say but except for beautiful bowling by Ayush and Adil. 5 of those runs for Adil coming off overthrows, so you could imagine the tight line and length he's been bowling. And for Sahal Malvinkar, the first over, just a mere 6 runs, a good start for him as well. The game right now seems to be in the balance of Hong Kong Cricket Club. I would say it's 70-30 towards them, but cricket is a funny game. A good partnership here, you might as well see the score going to 250. We'll be back after the drinks. See you shortly. As the players walk back onto the field, the cameraman here, Mr. Jaya Ramesh, he gave some insights on the India versus Australia third test match happening down at the Gabba. Australia right now 104 for 3 after 43 overs. Bumrah getting 2 of them, and Nitesh Kumar Reddy again getting Marnus Labuschagne. At lunch, it does seem to be an interesting contest, which will happen between India versus Australia. The main 2 batters for Australia, Steve Smith and Travis Head, are at the crease. They're looking good. So if they manage to get either of those batters, India would fancy their chances to bowl them out under 300. Speaking of interesting contests, we have one here right now at the Hong Kong Cricket Club, one of the best cricketing venues on earth, in my opinion. Number 2 would be Kowloon Cricket Club, not far away from here, where Aaron Bush is taking you for KCC Premier versus PACC Premier. Both of these grounds fantastic in Hong Kong, and another fantastic piece of bowling. Adil Mahmood, he's going to continue for his 8th over. Is he the bowler who's going to bowl all his 10? We'll wait and watch out. But I wouldn't be surprised if he bowls all his 10 overs in a row. Why would you want to hold him back when USRC are 2 wickets down already? A third one makes you well into this game, gives you a very healthy lead. Shortish ball, an inside edge almost onto his stumps. My word. Was that close or what? Adil Mahmood, for the first time I've seen him bowling actually intentionally short. He's been very consistent around the good length, making good use of his height. Is the Yorker gonna come up now? Not quite. Back to where he was bowling the ball. It's fascinating to see him bowl. All the young fast bowlers, young boys and girls watching the stream, you should definitely learn a lot from Ayush and Adil bowling. Adil right now, he's bowling on the same spot again and again. And that's a job as a pace bowler, as an opening bowler. You need to ensure you're bowling on the same spot. That's how you're going to build pressure. Of course, the batters can easily negate that pressure if you're going to play shots like those. A Kane Williamson type of shot there from Akbar Khan. Soft hands, right under his eyes, lets the ball bounce on the pitch and takes a single towards that short third man region. As you can have a look on your screen, those tram lines are extremely bold because of how green that pitch is looking. One run there to the batters. For his final delivery, Adil. Fuller ball on the stumps, on target, but watchfully played there by Waqas Khan. 5 of 27 for him. Those balls, the number of balls he plays, that's the main stat he needs to look. 50 up for USRC. That happened at the 15.5th ball. So the second last delivery of this over, they managed to cross that 50-run mark. Off 16 overs with a run rate of slightly above 3. I think they've done a good job, USRC, in terms of the number of runs. The only issue is they've lost 2 amazing batsmen from their side, Shahid Wasif and Suhaib Ahmed. Sahal to continue. I saw him bowling live from the Hong Kong Sixes. I was about to say Hong Kong Cricket Club Sixes, but that actually happened at Tin Kwong Recreation Ground. He's an intelligent bowler. He uses a lot of variations when he's bowling. So, speaking of variations, that was a stock delivery, a seam up ball, and that bounced. Surprised the keeper, Adit Gorawara. He's practicing a bit of how he'll take the ball. Must be also playing in the batter's mind. Some cries there from Adil Mahmood of 4 up, trying to signal to bring a fielder inside. He brings himself in. Fuller delivery, almost stopped by the bowler, but no damage done as you have fielder there at long off, restricts it to a single. This partnership is 16 off 47 deliveries. The 16 runs doesn't matter, those 47 deliveries do. And that must be irritating Hong Kong Cricket Club. Not sure what the stoppage was for. With Hong Kong Cricket Club, it's made on the hill, so there is a steep road behind you, and some of those buses can come above the side screen. That sometimes can put off the batter. Is that a wide? Given by the umpire, but good take there by the keeper. Quick feet movement. The mid-wicket fielder in the circle calls for his jumper. Cold weather at the Hong Kong Cricket Club. I think I can only count on my fingers the number of fielders without a jumper on. Good flick shot. Is it going to run to the boundary? Yes, it does. Watchfully played there by Akbar Khan. His first boundary of the innings. He let the ball come towards him. He didn't chase the ball. He beautifully waits for the ball and flicks it for 4 runs. Watchfully played. Quick single there by the batters. No damage done. Good running there by the batters and applause coming in from the USRC dugout. For the final delivery of the 17th over, Sahal. Shouts of oohs and ahs from the Hong Kong Cricket Club fielders. And for good reason, that was on top of off, but watchfully played by the batter. They're not giving their wicket easily, so at the end of 17 overs, it's 58 for 2. A bowling change, so Adil Mahmood will not bowl his 9th over in a row. I'm disappointed. Looking at his figures, 8 overs, 2 maidens, and 16 runs conceded for that wicket. I'm disappointed we cannot see another 9th over of him. Again, 5 of those runs of his 16 came from overthrows. So in essence, his bowling figures were 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11. Economy of 1.375. Let's see if Aryan Chandramani can do the same job. First ball, slightly full, but a beautiful drive there by Akbar Khan. Wasn't too bad of a delivery. Sure, it was a bit full, but beautiful hands there by Akbar Khan. As you can have a look on the replay, you see that his bottom hand is staying there. He's not getting rid of, he's not loosening that bottom hand anymore. And he was doing that at the start of his innings when there were 2 slips. He was ensuring that if there was a nick, it wasn't carrying to those fielders. This shows the adaptability and the versatility of the experienced veteran Akbar Khan. Better length and stopped there by Aryan Chandramani. Does the fielding himself. But yes, speaking of Akbar Khan, the way he's changing his technique throughout his innings, that's a testament to the class he has. At the start of his innings, he played with soft hands, and now when he knows the field is spread, there's no slips behind him, he's hitting the ball hard. Oh, that was interesting. As I just spoke that he's not letting the bottom hand come off the blade, he just did that for this delivery. Perhaps he felt he could get a single if he tapped it towards that square leg region. Good comeback here by Aryan Chandramani. A bit fuller. A flying stop there. That seems to be Kinchut Shah there. He saved 4 runs there easily for his team, leading there from the front. Again, all of the Hong Kong Cricket Club fielders, they're on their toes, they're all alert, and they know the value of every single run on this green top wicket. Fuller delivery. Quick single. Unfortunately, Adil does not get a clean collect, but good moral victory for him. Good confidence booster there. A direct throw onto the stumps. As we speak, the long on fielder is coming into the circle while you have fine leg going back. Interesting ploy for Waqas Khan. Perhaps they want him to play it down the ground. Plays it towards that deep cover region for a single after 18 overs at 64 for 2. A delayed start there for Sahal as there were some field adjustments. Comes into bowl. Lucky for him, he had that deep cover region. But his job there is to hit that back of length. Haven't seen too many cutters from him so far. He's bowling more of his stock delivery. For his second delivery here. Right in the block hole. But watchfully played there by Akbar Khan. That's the trick to playing a bowler like him. Want to ensure you play him as late as possible. And you don't get too aggressive early on. There's no need for those risky boundaries. As long as you rotate the strike, you're doing a good job for your team. Beautiful delivery. I think that's the 33rd time I've said this in this innings. Beautiful delivery. On the length, as you can see. And good glove work by Adat Gorawara. Back of a length again. Another single. But Sahal Malvankar must credit a lot of his bowling figures to the good glove work by Adit Gorawara. If they didn't have the keeper up to the stumps, I'm sure we would have seen a few more batters going down the track and trying to loft him over for some boundaries. But it would be an interesting tactic to have the batters play some aggressive shots here. Is a single on? Yes, it is. The cover inside the circle could not pick it off. And there's one more single for this over. His economy is slightly above 6. He would look to cut it down, just only give a few runs each over, ensure the run rate pressure is still there on the batters. Sahal for his final delivery. Is that bowled? Oh, almost, almost. He almost had his man there. We'll have a look if he can bring it up in the instant replay. Close call. From the angle we were commentating at, it hit the keeper's pads, but it felt like it was going onto the stumps. Again, red stumps, red jerseys for Hong Kong Cricket Club. As I have a look to my left, I believe it's Adil Mahmood stretching. Is he going to be coming in for another over? Not too sure, but it's important you stretch yourself out on this cold winter morning in Hong Kong Cricket Club. Having a quick look at the observatory, it's 14 degrees in urban Hong Kong. Up the hill, I'm going to say it's 11 degrees. Sure, as the weather gets a bit warmer, we're going to see more of a crowd forming at the club. Fuller delivery, but the fielder there looks like it's Luke Jones. He was quick to the ball. No easy singles there for the batter. The only issue when you have the keeper standing up to the stumps as a pacer is you can't use the short delivery as much as you'd like to. What it does is it makes the ball a bit more predictable. Both Akbar Khan and Waqas Khan, being experienced campaigners, they know the ball is going to be coming full or at good length to them. And if that's going to be the case, what happens is they're not going to be thinking to go on their back foot. They'll be waiting to go on their front foot, and they'll be looking to knock it around. The captain might as well ask the keeper to go back. Aryan Chandramani does seem to be a bowler who has pace in his armory. Fuller ball, but good stop him. It's a cold weather. It's cold morning though, so it's gonna sting. It's definitely gonna sting, and we can't see clearly, but not sure if it's got him on the hand or on the arm. Is the webbing open? We hope not. It does seem to be back on his feet. But no, I think it's one of those things. On a cold weather day, if you get the ball on your fingertips, it's gonna sting for at least 20 to 30 minutes. I was playing a game myself yesterday and I took one catch during the warm-ups on my fingertips. I felt it buzzing for a very long time. We can see Hong Kong Cricket Club manager Nitesh Hamlani going onto the field. He's going to have a look. We hope he hasn't done too much damage to his fingers. Nitesh Hamlani there. He's signaling for some magic spray. I hear from the effects mic, hand. So good news is that he hasn't been hit on his wrist or any bony part. Of course, it's his hand, so it's going to sting for a while. But I'm sure he's a tough guy. He's going to be fine, but looks like he won't be continuing his over. that's the case, a 12th man is going to be coming on soon. And I see taking off his hat is Anshuman Rath. He's going to be bowling some of his left arm. On this green wicket, you would like to see 10 overs each bowled by all of their pacers. So they would hope that Aryan Chandramani can come back. But it's the first signs of spin in this innings. Would be interesting to see if there's any good binding within the surface so the ball can drift and move off the pitch. When I had a look at the start of the innings, I was walking beside the square, not walking on the square, I was walking beside it, following all the rules. I saw the pitch there. It didn't seem to be the kind of pitch which would spin a lot. Nitesh Hamlani running desperately from the side screen. Doesn't want to interrupt the start of play. He's running with the spray to assist Aryan Chandramani with his injury. The ball did seem to turn a bit, but it's not a spinning wicket here at the Hong Kong Cricket Club. A spinning wicket which I've seen was at Tin Kwong Recreation Ground a couple of weeks ago. That's where you saw puffs of dust rising up from the surface. However, Hong Kong Cricket Club are playing with a few spinners. Nizakat Khan as well can bowl, so we're going to see some spin on offer. Good start there for Anshuman Rath. Slog sweep. Is that a catch? Oh, close. It was very close to the hands of the fielder at long on Martin Kodzie. 6 runs to the batter, and that's the first sign of extreme aggressive intent, and that's 50 for Akbar Khan. 51 of 61. 6 fours and a boundary. Very well played there. He scored around 70% of the runs for his team. 70% of the runs. He's been leading from the front as an opening batter. He's getting a round of applause from his teammates sitting beside the net area. And he brings up that 50 in style. I'm sure he wanted to play that sweep towards that mid-wicket region. Fortunately, got early onto the shot, but there was enough power to sail across the boundary. A deep third man for Sahal Malvankar. Interesting ploy. So you have a fine leg inside, a third man back. Square leg back, mid-wicket back. Sahal. Bowls right on the money. But that's some good protection on the leg side, so it does encourage him to bowl straight and to bowl on the stumps. That is what the captain will be encouraging him to do as the first change bowler. Just to bowl on the stumps and bring the LBW into picture. Almost had him there. But Waqas Khan, he's got his eyes set. 14 runs, 39 balls. The partnership now 43 of 71 deliveries. So it's been almost 12 overs since both of these batters have been at the crease. It has been a good rebuilding phase by the two. An appeal, but I think there was bat there. I heard an inside edge, and let's look at the umpire's call. Indeed, there was bat. If there wasn't any bat, that did look adjacent. Smiling manager here, Mr. Atif Hussain. I'm sure he's smiling with all the commentary and the broadcasting work which has been going on at this beautiful venue. Watchfully played, Unfortunately, straight towards short fine leg. Is that a leg bye? Yes, that's given as a leg bye. Speaking of leg byes, Hong Kong Cricket Club has been very good with restricting those extras. A testament to the tight bowling and tight keeping there by the keeper. No freebies given, except for those 5 overthrows at the start. Well bowled again. As the first change, Sahal is doing a good job. 4 overs, none for 20. He's ensuring there's no bad delivery for the batters to free their arms. And that's what he should continue if he wants to get more of these overs. After 21 overs, it's 79 for 2. Interesting decision to have Anshuman Rath bowling before Luke Jones, the specialist leg spinner in the side. It does make sense because there's 2 right-handed batters at the crease. It does get a bit annoying for those 2 batters to face the left armour. And that's exactly what he should be doing. Flight the ball, bowl it at the stumps. If you don't give much pace, it's hard to take the singles and drive it down the ground. Fuller delivery again. A good start here. Again, it shows 0.5 overs for Anshuman Rath. As for those who are tuning in now, he had to replace Aryan Chandramani after suffering a blow onto the hand. Gave some width this time. Allows Akbar Khan to get a single towards that point region, the deep point. Akbar Khan here, 51 of 63. A well-paced innings so far for the opening batter. Excitement shown by some of those fielders, but I don't think that's going to disturb the composed Akbar Khan at the moment. Watchfully played. Soft hands and they get a single. Must say, looking at these Hong Kong Cricket Club fielders, does give me some early Christmas feelings. All the red so far with the green grass. An appeal, but Anshuman Rath just bails out of the appeal. He signals to the umpire it seems to be going down the leg. Let's have a replay here. From this angle we can't tell much, but we can see the keeper himself trying to go down. Good sportsmanship shown by the bowler there, withdrew from his appeal. Hong Kong Cricket Club, they wouldn't be too flustered, but a tad disappointed with the start they had. They had USRC at 33 for 2. At that stage, if they had gotten a wicket or 2, I'm sure we would have seen 5 or 6 wickets down by now. The thing is, USRC, these 2 batters, the 2 experienced Khans here, Akbar and Wakas, time and time again, they have been doing these wonderful partnerships for USRC. False start there by Sahal. Fuller delivery on the pads. An appeal. That seemed to be very close. That seemed to be close. It didn't seem to be bat involved. The keeper, everyone was appealing. That's a close call. Of course, we don't have the best of angles. The best angles are shown by the umpire, so we'll take their word for it. Of course, those are those 50-50 calls. They can go either way. It didn't go for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Upish, but in the right region, as there was no one there inside the circle. 1 run taken by Akbar Khan. Well played there by Waqas Khan. Not sure if you can pick it up from the commentary mic, but we have our director and producer here. Another appeal. A run out chance as well. No overthrows. Good backing up this time. As you can hear, shouts from the long on fielder. I believe it's Martin Kudziye. Good encouragement there for the bowler. There's been 2 good appeals so far. It's going to be playing onto the batter's mind that he's hitting right on the money. Another beautiful delivery, inside edge. This has been a wonderful over for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Don't look at the figures so far. I can tell you that Sahal has been tempting those batters much more than those figures tell. Wonderful bowling here. I'm sure if he bowls like this, he's going to stay on for a few more overs. And good news, it seems to be Aryan Chandramani is back on the field. Another appeal, the 3rd one in the over. Of course, this one wasn't close. And Aryan, as is he back on the field, I think his hand is all fine because the way he sprinted towards the ball, he's looking good, and I think he's going to get an over very soon. After 23 overs, it's 82 for 2. For those wondering, because Aryan Chandramani was off for an external injury, the rules say that he can bowl back as soon as he's back onto the field. As you can hear on the effects mic, 44 for 6 at KCC. I'm sure Aaron Bush is having a time of his life here. 44 for 6. I'm a bit jealous there. Seems to be an early day coming for those broadcasters. Good delivery by Anshuman Rath. As I can hear from Nitesh Himlani, he's giving a rundown of the KCC, which is happening at Jordan right now. PACC Premier right under control. 44 for 6. They've managed to restrict KCC to only 44 runs and taken 6 wickets. That's a very important contest as the both teams are playing for a spot in the final. Speaking of a spot in the final, Hong Kong Cricket Club and USRC both want to make it. And with Anshuman Rath bowling that line and length, Hong Kong Cricket Club would fancy their chances. Again, USRC are 2 wickets down. It's just a matter of getting this 3rd wicket. Shortish. Waqas Khan would think he's missed out there. It was a short ball. Could have played it towards that mid-wicket region for 4 runs. He got too early onto the ball. Good cut, but protection there. Anshuman Rath doing his job. 14 deliveries so far from him, only conceding 10 runs. Good spin. Let's have a look at the Manhattan, or as Aaron Bush would like to call it, the Hong Kong. And it seems to be only one ICC so far, the International Commerce Center, and that seems to be, I think, the 5th over. Apart from that, Hong Kong Cricket Club have kept it very tight. And to keep it tight, Sahal is continuing for his 6th over. Like this delivery, again, outside that off stump, on a good length, you just need to keep bowling that area. If you keep bowling 6 balls again and again for each over, you're eventually going to see a loose shot there. Of course, Akbar Khan, he's a patient man. 54 off 70 for him. Driven down the ground for a single. That's the thing as a bowler which you do not want to do. If you let the pressure off like this by bowling slightly full or slightly short, what happens is when you bowl the good ball, the batter has the liberty to just leave it or negate it. What makes the difference between a good and a great bowler is the consistency at which you can bowl those good balls. Fuller again. Again, it was slightly full, but the batter couldn't drive it with a packed, tight offside field. 3 men in the circle. And there's a deep cover for Sahal. An edge comes down to the fielder at deep third man. Just a single. As you can hear on the stumps mic, that's brilliant. A lot of encouragement here for Sahal Malvinkar. Driven. With one more delivery, we'll be at the halfway point of the innings. The general formula used in cricket is that if you have wickets at hand, you can double the score at the end of 30 overs. Fortunately for USRC, they lost 2, but it's been a good comeback. These 2 batters right now, if they keep doing this, they look very comfortable. Might as well give that double at the end of 30. After 25, it's 87 for 2. Anshuman Rath. Some good excitement shown there from HKCC. A ball almost ricocheting back to the stumps. Wanted to free his hands there. That's the thought I had from Akbar Khan. He saw that width, but again, the situation is as such, you don't want to be giving your wicket here. You could see the tactic here employed by Waqas Khan. Anything short, he wants to latch onto his back foot and try to get that odd boundary. The issue is it's 4 dot balls so far for USRC. And that's what dot balls do. It causes the play and miss. The bowler on his knees. He's been tempting the batters, and that's why his captain is not taking him out of the attack. Waqas Khan 19 of 61. Luke Jones onto the ball, quick. A slight appeal, but he was well into his crease. A maiden over for Anshuman Rath. 26 overs done, 87 for 2. Both Waqas Khan and Akbar Khan have done a good job. I mentioned at the start of their partnership, they shouldn't be thinking of runs, they should be thinking of balls. And they've played 105 deliveries together. 105 deliveries. That is 1/3 of their allotted balls they get for each innings. Around 17 overs. If they can continue like this for another 14, USRC have the driving seat. Quick single there. This time I felt the fielder was slightly slow towards the ball. Wasn't as fast to reach it, which is why they scamper for a single. Again, both these batters, they've done numerous number of partnerships. So they're very comfortable with each other. There must be good communication between the two. Sahal, fuller delivery. A wild swing. A wild swing there by Waqas Khan. No feet movement. A bit of comfort shown by Akbar Khan to his partner to just stay steady, to just stay calm. At the end of the day, it's 4 runs to USRC, but they would be a bit concerned with that. It was a few inches away from ricocheting back to the stumps, and you don't want to be losing a wicket here. Another edge. Will it be stopped to the boundary? Oh, awesome job shown by the fielder there, Martin Kudziye. Makes a slight hole in the ground, perhaps. Not really. I think those were anyways there. Great fielding there, saving 3 runs for his team. With all the runs that HKCC have saved, they've restricted USRC to just 93. Slower delivery, an off cutter or leg cutter. Couldn't tell much from the hands. But because of the change in variation, the change in speed. Bit of laughter here. I think they forgot to change. Bit of laughter here. I think they forgot to bring a fielder up. Close call at the end of the day. Martin Kudziye comes back to 3rd man. So that's the field for Waqas Khan. You have a deep 3rd man. For Akbar Khan, you do not have a deep 3rd man. And another edge. Looks like Hong Kong Cricket Club have done their homework. Some very good homework shown by the team. They know for which batters, which field they need to set. They know with Akbar Khan, they aren't getting those runs to the 3rd man. And with Waqas Khan, you are. Anshuman Rath to continue for the 28th over of the innings. Still no signs of the specialist leg spinner. You also have the captain who can bowl some overs himself. I see someone warming up in the background. Not sure who it is. Is it Nizakat Khan? I think it is because he has the floppy. He might as well see some leg spin. Yep, there it is. I see a nod from the captain for him to bowl. Shorter delivery, but there's protection there. Aryaman Chandramani uses his body to stop the ball. That's why coaches say bring your body down to the ball. Don't just put your hands there because there's going to be some awkward bounces in the outfield. Good lesson to learn for all those young fielders. Again, ball back to him, makes the barrier and stops it for a single. It's very important for youngsters watching the game right now. Ensure there's something, some part of your body behind the ball. It saves your team a few runs, which will come in handy. The ball almost went to the stumps again. Waqas Khan, for the last 10 deliveries, he's been very sketchy. He's been looking composed throughout the innings, but I think the strike rate pressure is getting to him. He's faced almost 70 deliveries for his 26 runs. Sure, he wants to get the run rate up, but at this stage, his wicket is more important. That's all you need to do. The boundaries will come themselves. But what will frustrate Hong Kong Cricket Club are the number of dot balls you can bowl. Because at the end of the day, if you're just conceding dot balls and you're not getting wickets, Hong Kong Cricket Club will be concerned about the batters which are to come. Nizakat Khan, Hong Kong national team captain, a handy leg spinner. He's going to come into bowl. Coming into bowl as leg spin is Nizakat Khan. Good wrist work shown there by Waqas Khan. You have a slip for Waqas Khan, but it doesn't seem to be so for Akbar Khan. And he comes in to puncture the hole at that cover region. Comes in as a short cover. Again, Hong Kong Cricket Club have done their homework. They know the strengths of each of their batters. And they know what deliveries they have to bowl. Cut. Luke Jones stops it. Dot ball. One run there. 100 is up for USRC. 100 coming in the 29th over. As mentioned at the start of the innings, 220 here is a par score. So they're going on the right track. It's just this that they want to avoid. Waqas Khan, he has his eyes set. He's done all the hard work. The last thing he wants is to lose his wicket in the middle overs. Another one there. I understand the temptation for him. The strike rate isn't too high, I understand. But at the end of the day, he needs to put a higher value to his wicket. He should have more faith in his abilities, that he can bring up the run rate if he stays there towards the later part of the innings. That was in the air, but luckily in the gap for him. Is there a run out chance? Good arm from the fielder, but quick running from the two. They come back for two. Waqas Khan, he's now at 30 runs. Akbar Khan at 60. The partnership is 69 runs off 123 deliveries. So if they batted out more than 20 overs, if we use the formula to double the runs at the end of the 30th over, you would expect USRC to reach a score of around 210 runs. That seems to be a good track. The only concern for them is that Hong Kong Cricket Club has a fine batting lineup. That's plum, not plum. Sorry, I have a bad camera angle. I was here. I'm hearing from Martin Kutsi over here at Long On. We both are watching it from an angle. So of course, we don't have the best view as someone behind the side screen. A good stop there from the fielder. Apologies to the umpire. I'm I'm watching the game from around a 10-degree angle. What makes it harder is Hong Kong Cricket Club have the same outfit as the color of the stumps. So when I see Adit Goravara's pads, I think they're stumps as well. Again, Christmas vibes at Hong Kong Cricket Club. Green grass, red uniform. Shouts of the fielder to stop the ball, but no way will they stop that. Driven down the ground, straight back to the bowler. Anshuman Raj doing his job. 5.2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. Shortish. They have cover. Unfortunately so, it was hit like a tracer bullet. And 4 runs to Akbar Khan. It brings the score to 68. At some points he might be thinking about a century, but that's still far away. Now if we use the formula I mentioned earlier, USRC can predict their total to be 220. 220 is the exact score I mentioned at the start of the innings. Proud of my forecasting. However, it's going to be interesting to see if HKCC can restrict them below 220. They can do that if they keep bowling like this, or if USRC could use the foundation set by these two batters to drive the run rate in these last 20 to 10 and over. And if they can do that, they're looking 300 plus. Quick single. Unfortunately, not a direct throw this time. More than the batting at display here, what has really impressed me is the running between the wickets. There's been no signs of hesitation. Once there's a call made, both of these partners trust each other enough to go for it. And that's because these two have batted so often with each other. Shot! Short ball! Back! That's on the roof of Hong Kong Cricket Club. A new ball, please. You're not going to be getting that ball anytime soon. That good-looking kookaburra is on the Hong Kong Cricket Club roof. If no one else is going to get that, I want to get that. Keep that as a souvenir. Because what a shot was that from Akbar Khan. His second maximum. His second maximum, Akbar Khan. I'm still in awe by the power and the timing he had. I know the cricket club has short boundaries, but that was clearing any boundary on earth. Even if this was the MCG, that was still going for 6, because that was on the top balcony of Hong Kong Cricket Club. He's a strong man, Akbar Khan. And this is what Hong Kong Cricket Club need to be concerned of. They have to ensure all their balls are full. You don't want to be bowling anything short. A good shout. A good shout. A throw as well. So while the appeal, Luke Jones was trying to get a run out. This is the 6th overthrow that Hong Kong Cricket Club has conceded. USRC, these two batters have been very alert, always on the watch out for those overthrow opportunities. A wrong gun, nicely played by Waqas Khan. That's going to be the importance of Akbar Khan here. If he can get the runs, it eases the pressure off Waqas Khan to play the anchoring innings. As you can see, once he got the 6 and the single, Waqas Khan looked at no discomfort there to get a single. A half appeal, wouldn't say half, maybe a quarter of an appeal. At the end of the day, no damage done for USRC. A good over for them. 9 runs coming off the over, which included a fantastic maximum from Akbar Khan. He's now at 75 of 87 deliveries. As I heard from one of the scorers earlier, there was a huge gathering here last night at Hong Kong Cricket Club. Because of that, I think they're not playing on the usual pitch, which they do. Nevertheless, it's a good looking pitch. It's something that the seamers have done well to use at the start of their innings. The spinners have bowled very well here, seeing the conditions. Short boundaries, not turning much. But you can see Anshuman Rath. He's bowling at the stumps. He's not giving much room to the batters, which is why his economy is just around 4 runs and over. Good wristy work by Waqas Khan. Driven down the ground. 34 off 80 for Waqas Khan. As you can hear from the stump mic, Nitesh Hemlani updating the score for KCC, 77 for 6. Good recovery at Jordan right now for the home side. Here at Hong Kong Cricket Club, 32 overs have been bowled. It's 122 for 2. For those who want an update on the BGT right now happening at the Gabba, Australia 139 for 3. A partnership so far of 64 runs between Steve Smith and Travis Head. Seems to be the day of partnerships. A good recovery partnership at KCC. A good partnership from Steve Smith and Travis Head. And finally, right in front of our eyes, a 90-run partnership so far for the both Khans from USRC. This was the first time I've seen some hesitation between the batters. But again, if this is happening for the first time in 143 deliveries, you've got a good batting partnership combination here. try to play towards that vacant third man, but you had Luke Jones there, who's not going to let any runs pass by him. Smart work here shown by HKCC. They have mid on up for both these batters. And what they want to do is they are enticing both these batters to go down the ground against the spin. They know the impact of a wicket here. Partnership ticks towards 93. Apologies, 92. Nizakat Khan bowling again. His trademark quick overs. Not conceding too many runs. 3 overs, none for 16. Gets the over rate up. Does a job for his captain. Hong Kong Cricket Club would be a happy side. Still wondering why Kinshit Shah himself has not bowled. Perhaps it's because there's 2 right-handers on strike. He knows the left-arm spinner has done a good job, Anshuman Rath here. There's no incentive to take him off the attack. Aryan Chandramani doing the fielding. Would be interesting to see when he comes back to the attack. Driven, but stopped there by the short mid-wicket fielder. Perhaps they're saving him for the death overs. You give him 5 on the trot in the last 10. Would be a smart move by Hong Kong Cricket Club. Sweep. Swept too fine though. If he swept it towards that square leg fielder, he might have gotten a single, or if he hit it well enough, would have gotten a boundary. Single, and although for the good fielding, it was a quick call and they managed to come back for a comfortable single. That's the importance of early calling. Try to come down the track, but the experienced cricketer Anshuman Rath he slowed it up, pushed his length back, and at the end of the day, the batter had to switch his intentions. Again, goes down the track. Second time unlucky. Couldn't pierce the gap. I hear the calls of drinks, and yes it is. At the completion of 34 overs, USRC are 127 for 2. We'll run quickly with the batting card. Again, nothing much else to offer from the last drinks, except some exceptional batting recovery by USRC, thanks to the 2 Khans. The 2 experienced Khans, Akbar and Waqas. They're doing what their job is. Akbar nearing on a century as well. Looking at the bowling card, more options used by Hong Kong Cricket Club. Sahal, Anshuman Rath and Nizakat Khan, all 3 of them have been bowling very well. They've been keeping the lines tight. Aryaman Chandramani had to go off the field due to a ball smashed straight back at him, but hope to see him continuing in the later part of the innings. Match summary so far. USRC, they've done a phenomenal job to recover from where they were. I thought a collapse was at hand, but thanks to these 2, they're looking back into the game. Hong Kong Cricket Club, still in control, not managing to concede too many runs, but they'd hope to restrict them under 220. We will join you shortly after the drinks. Welcome back. I was hoping to get a bit warmer, but unfortunately so nothing like the case. It's still quite cool and there's no sunshine, thanks to the canopies blocking us from the broadcasting tent. I see the cameraman Jaya on the side. He's also all bundled up. So we hope you're enjoying the stream. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast. A lot of effort going in. Speaking of effort, commendable partnership by these two, Akbar Khan and Waqas Khan. They've been faced with some fantastic pieces of bowling, but they've been relentless. I think that was the flipper from Nizakat Khan. It's the one which bounced more, it didn't spin. But soft hands. Soft hands by Akbar Khan. It's a lesson for all batters to be learned, all the youngsters watching. Good stop. Hong Kong Cricket Club. They know the value of every single run. They're not going to give up early. Play and miss. As you can hear, our producer, Mehreen. A lot of cricket happening in Hong Kong. A lot of discussions happening here about all the games. Again, both this doubleheader at KCC and HKCC, they all make of importance for the finals to happen soon. A thickish edge. Is it coming towards me? It's coming towards me. I have the headset. Otherwise, I'd give the ball back to Luke Jones here. Fortunately so, if I do bring the ball, the commentary setup will be destroyed and there won't be any more commentary.
We can manage without you.
I'm not sure if you picked that on mic. My value has been put down here. The word is they can manage without me, and that is the case. They don't need me for cricket. They need me here for commentary. So the over ended with that 4. USRC's 132 for 2, with Anshuman Rath continuing. Right now, Akbar Khan, he's played 100 balls exactly. So a strike rate of 79. Is that a 4? Of course it's not going to be a 4 when you have those lightning fast fielders of Hong Kong Cricket Club. Good work there by Martin Kudzia. And that's a 100-run partnership. 100 of 161 deliveries. So the strike rate, it's been less than 4 and over. But again, it's about the way these two have batted and played out the deliveries. Not sure if the USRC dugout know. As you can see from the card, this third wicket partnership has been what's changed the course of the game. Single there. Solid punch from Waqas Khan. But yes, 33 for 2. I was backing Hong Kong Cricket Club to finish the innings early on. Fortunately so. Unfortunately so for USRC. They've managed to fight back. Sweep. Was it an edge? Was it an edge? From the reaction of Anshuman Rath, it seems to be an edge. We're trying to have a look at the replay. It's still unconclusive from here, but it seems to be there was an edge. And if the keeper had caught the ball, we would have had the third wicket for USRC Premier. Fortunately so, that did not carry. Now for USRC, the formula is quite simple. 14 overs left. You have 8 wickets in hand. The game is like a T20 for you. At this stage, in these last 14, they want to score at least 120. Quick single, direct hit, not a direct hit. So they come back for another quick single. So if they manage to get 120 runs of these 14 overs, we're looking at a score in excess of 250 runs. If the par here, which I said at the start of the innings, is 220, USRC would be the favorites going into the innings break. Again, you wouldn't want to chance anything. You wouldn't want to take things too easy with the quality batters HKCC has in their lineup. But 250 runs on this green wicket is not an easy task to do. That speaks to the application these two batters have shown. Is it going towards the boundary? Luke Jones? Of course not. Very quick. Just stops it for 2 runs. The last 2 deliveries for Akbar Khan. Play and a miss. We've been seeing a lot of this for the later part of Akbar Khan's innings. But what he's managed to do well is he's still there at the crease. He hasn't given away his wicket yet. Well bowled for the final ball of the over. Akbar Khan has bowled 5 overs, none for 24. So he's managed to keep his economy rate under 5 runs and over. Good work from the leg spinner. As I see Anshuman Rath coming in to bowl his, well, he's bowled 6.3, so I'll say it's his 8th over, because that's counted as 8th of the spell, even if you've bowled half an over due to an injury. So Anshuman Rath can only bowl a maximum of 9.3. Anshuman Rath. Delicately played. Unfortunately, doesn't pierce the short third man fielder. Short ball, and that's a 6. Well played by Akbar Khan. His 3rd maximum for the innings. 8 fours, 3 sixes. He moves on to 88 runs of 107 deliveries. This is what you call leading from the front as an opening batter. Good comeback from Anshuman Rath. Soft hands, quick single, and of course, no worries there if you're going to run that early. If you're going to run that quick, you're going to be fine. So this is the last ball of Anshuman Rath's quota. Inside edge it seems, which is why the appeal was denied, and a nod from Anshuman Rath acknowledging that. But a huge applause to Anshuman Rath. He's done his job. He came in for the injured Aryan Chandramani. Apologies. He's done his job. He's restricted the runs. He's only given 36 runs. So he's done his job in the field. He will be now needed when HKCC come on to bat. Dot ball. Akbar Khan is on 89, so he's nearing in on his half century. Waqas Khan, he's on 44. He's nearing on his, apologies, Akbar Khan is nearing on his century. Waqas Khan nearing on his half century. And they both will stay at the crease. If they keep running like this, they call early, they trust each other, they're rotating the strike, and they're annoying Hong Kong Cricket Club. It would have made it even more annoying if one of them was a left-hander. However, they've still done a fantastic job. Quick single again. I'm short on words to praise the running between the wickets. Seeing it live, Waqas Khan, he wasn't ball watching. He had a quick look at his partner. Akbar Khan set off because it was his danger end. And that was a single out of nowhere. Kudos to their athleticism as well. Great stamina shown as the partnership reaches 180 deliveries. Eight fours and 3 maximums for Akbar Khan. Quick single. Is he out? The finger's gone up as I was praising the running between the wickets. Waqas Khan, his resilience comes to an end. Highly unfortunate. He did all the good work. He faced all the deliveries. I had asked him at the start of the innings to face at least 80 balls. He's done that job. He was looking set. He was looking to increase the run rate. Both of them, they had a fantastic partnership of more than 100 runs. It's an unfortunate way for this innings to come to an end. Of course, Hong Kong Cricket Club deserve that with the way they've been fielding. They've been quick to the ball. The keeping, the fielding, they have been phenomenal in the field. But if you are a USRC fan, it's a sad way to see one of your main batters going back to the crease. You would have hoped to see a few more fireworks from Waqas Khan and get his half century. Nevertheless, he's done his job for the team. They lost the second wicket in the 8th or the 9th over, if I remember. So they lost the second wicket in the power play. And to rebuild, to have nearly no wickets lost in the second power play is a phenomenal job. Now who comes into bat is Iftikhar without the helmet. Perhaps that's foreshadowing that he wants to see the ball, hit the ball, and get a quick 30 cameo here for his team. Trying to dab the ball into the third man region. So at the end of 39 overs, it's 147 for 3. Hong Kong Cricket Club have got the wicket they've been looking for. Of course, the danger man, Akbar Khan, is still at the crease. And Sahal Malvinkar, he's going to have a change of ends to hopefully extract the wicket for the club. There's some discussion with the captain and Luke Jones there. They're deciding what's the best field. If they can get the wicket of Akbar Khan here, they'll have 2 new batters at the crease. Number 55, Sahal Malvinkar. Let's see what the change of ends can do for him. The size of the boundaries don't change as much. The only thing is the leg side. The straight boundaries don't change as much, but the leg side boundaries, they seem to increase. So perhaps that was the logic of bringing Sahal from the other end. Good thinking there by Hong Kong Cricket Club. They're trying to make it harder for Akbar Khan, who has a very strong leg side, to get boundaries there. He manages to get off strike now, and he's telling a few words of wisdom to his partner. Perhaps to just something about the pitch or something about the action. Hopefully those words of wisdom can do USRC a world of good. And for Hong Kong Cricket Club, they'd hope for Sahal Malvinkar to get the ball on the right length. Okay, so the umpires have intervened. They need the helmet as they deem Sahal Malvinkar to be a pacer. Although the keeper is up to the stumps, since he's bowling seam up, by the rules of the game, he must wear a helmet for protection. Of course, this was not the case 10 years ago, where you saw many players would be facing pacers. I remember Shikhar Dhawan against Hong Kong batted against all the pacers without a helmet. I remember that from the 2018 Asia Cup. But now if he tried to do that, he would not be allowed. Safety is a key part of the game, so I do agree with this rule. Flicked. Protection there, so just one run. And there comes Akbar Khan back on strike. Ooh, what a ball. Shouts from the keeper. I completely agree with the keeper there. I think that was a fantastic ball. The ball gripped. It went inside. Luckily, Martin Kudzia, he realized in time and he went back into the circle. Otherwise, might have conceded a no ball there. Quick fielding from Hong Kong Cricket Club. They're not going to give easy runs away. So having a quick look at the bowling card, we can see that Sahal Malvinkar is on his 8th over. So I assume he's going to bowl all his 10. An appeal there, not out. But yes, he's on his 8th over. He has 2 more left. Ayush has 3, Adil has 2. So we're looking at 4 plus 3, 7 overs from the pacers, which they can bowl, which means 3 more overs has to be done from the other ones. Now Anshuman is bowled out. Nizakal Khan Ki, he has 4 to bowl. Kinshit Shah could come on and he can bowl himself. But I have a feeling those 3 overs will come from Aryaman Chandramani. Beautiful delivery. Sahal Malvinkar, he gets the ball to grip, goes straight to the keeper, and a fantastic way to end the over. After 40, we're done with the second power play, and as we approach the third, it is 150 for 3. So in the last 10 overs, USRC would hope to be getting 100 runs. That should be their target, 100 runs from here. And if they can manage to get 100 runs, it would do justice to the way these two have batted so far. Now, Aryan Chandramani, I believe he has to come back at some stage. However, they could have eventually just go and ask Nizaka to bowl his full 10. And is it a catch? It's put down! It's 6, also signaled by the square leg umpire. So to add insult to injury, I was just talking about Aryan Chandramani to come back and bowl. And unfortunately so, because of his injury, he couldn't pick the ball. It's unfortunate. Now he's signaling 4. The square leg is given 6. We'll have a discussion after this. You can see him. I'm not sure if the cameraman is picking this up, but what's happening is he's holding his hand.
What was the signal? It's like 6, right?
Now the umpire is given in 6. He has a sore finger from the injury, which is why there wasn't too much frustration shown by the Hong Kong Cricket Club players. They understand he's playing with a lot of pain. So Akbar Khan, he gets lucky as he moves on to 99 runs. That could have easily been the end of a wonderful innings in those nervous 90s. Is that another chance? Oh, of course not. If Iftikhar Ahmed is going to strike like this, you don't need any second invitation of juicy full toss. And dispatched. Akbar Khan. A single to bring Mr. Number 99. Akbar Khan, he's closing in on a century. He's taking guard again. Smart thing to do, take your time. There are a bit of jitters when you're approaching the 100-run mark at Hong Kong Cricket Club. There's no hiding away. It's a big scoreboard, and there it goes. Claps from the USRC dugout. 100 runs, a century for Akbar Khan. Does he know he's gotten a century? I don't see any celebration so far. Please, a celebration. It's 100 of 119.
Must we have something like by?
Okay, we'll have to have a look later. The scorers have 99, so it might not have been his century, but it's okay. He's still on strike. Regardless, he's gonna get a century off this ball. I have a feeling. Is it? Is it? A huge shout. A huge shout, and I'm sure Akbar Khan, he had his heart in his mouth for a second. Again, we'll give you confirmation if it's 99 or 100. The broadcasters have 100. The scorers have 99. Might as well just be a leg by. It's okay, he's still there.
By 3. So change a 1 to like by 3.
And there he goes, no confusion whatsoever this time. He's gotten his century. USRC stand on their feet. What a 100, Akbar Khan, player number 22 for USRC. He gets a pat on the back from Sahal Malvinkar. Applause all round from the Hong Kong Cricket Club players. That is an innings to remember. He opened the innings for his team. His team was in a spot of bother in the first power play. But he's paced his innings beautifully here. Good drive. Will Adil get down? He does get down in time. You can hear shouts from the stump mic. Excellent Lala. Lala in Urdu means elder brother. Perhaps that's his nickname, Lala. A single? Yes, it is.
Which over was it? 35
Sahal. A flash. Trying to get a boundary. So the thinking was right. Fortunately, the execution wasn't spot on. The score is 168 for 3. So in these next 8 overs, if they can get those 80 runs, they're going to be hovering around the 250 mark. 250 here is a highly competitive total. The paddle scoop. Just 1 run. Unfortunately, couldn't get it above the fine leg fielder. But good thinking there. If the car is going to retain strike. Okay, so the scores are fixed. Akbar Khan is on 101. But I'm sure those USRC fans, family and friends of Akbar, they must have enjoyed the double celebration we gave them for Akbar Khan's century. And he deserved that double celebration for the way he's played. I think a third celebration wouldn't have been an issue. Nizakat Khan. Apart from the bat, he's done a good job at the ball as well. They lost Aryan Chandramani, just bowled 9 balls when he got that injury, so he had to step up, and so he has. Both Anshuman Rath and Nizakat Khan, Hong Kong players, part-time bowlers, but they've done a fantastic job for the team. And this is the benefit of having 11 players who can bat and bowl with the limited over format. I'm not a huge fan of specialist batters or bowlers. Everyone has to contribute some way or the other, apart from a main skill. Is that a catch? Unfortunately, the long on fielder was in double mind, was thinking to save the boundary or go for the catch. Good recovery at the end as he stops it only for a single. And as I predicted, with the weather getting a bit hotter, I'm not going to say hotter, perhaps with the weather getting less colder and less unbearable, you have more of a crowd building up at the Hong Kong Cricket Club. Is that a top edge? Is that going to go to the boundary? It is going to clear the boundary, and it's 6 runs. I don't think that was the cleanest of connections, but what a strong man, Iftikhar Ahmed. Seems to be like a bodybuilder kind of built here from the broadcasting area, so he can clear those boundaries. Delicately played now, so as a contrast of shots, a 6 and the single. Good thinking, and after 43 overs, it's 180 for 3 wickets. Seven overs left to go. Interesting updates. I see Adil Mahmood warming up. He has 2 overs left. So Sahal is going to bowl his last. Adil has 2 overs left. And I'm sure Ayush Shukla would be warming up some part of the ground. I can't seem to spot him. Delicately played, and they're off for a quick single. Something Akbar Khan has done very well at the non-striker end. He's off and running. So when he sees it's his danger call, it's his danger end, there's no hesitation shown by him. And there I can see Ayush Shukla around deep square leg. So I'm sure we're going to see him bowling soon. Cutter and dispatched. I was hoping to see the ball cross the massive netting at Hong Kong Cricket Club. But it's good for the club. A ball is not lost. These Kookaburra balls are extremely expensive. But dispatched by Akbar Khan for his 5th maximum. Sure, he's seeing it like a football now. Flicked. Is 2 runs on? No, it's not. You have amazing fielders. Interesting. Akbar Khan being a gentleman, fielding the ball for Sahal Malvinkar. I was afraid for a second if anyone appealed for obstructing the ball or handling the ball. But no, I think all these games are played in the best of spirits. Second paddle, second scoop, but the same result, just a single going to short fine leg. You wonder why Iftikhar is trying to play those scoops when he has such poise and elegance and power to go down the ground. Sahal. Delicately played again. One more run to Akbar. He's at the magic score of 1-1-1. So those who are into numerology, it's his lucky number there, 1-1-1. He's wearing the shirt number 22 as well, so a lot of repeat numbers for him. Funny stat, Sahal is bowling with shirt number 55. He's batting with shirt number 22, and his score was 1-1-1. I like that. And there we have it. Ayush Shukla to come back and bowl his potential final 3 overs. He bowled beautifully well. He bowled beautifully in the first part of his spell. He got the wicket. It was unfortunate he couldn't pick up another wicket or two because he did deserve, he was getting those edges. I'm sure with the batters going hard, he's going to try to bowl into the block hole. He's going to try to bowl some slower balls. And as a bowler, there are wickets to be taken here. You just have to be fearless when you're bowling. You shouldn't mind the odd boundary which comes off. So Ayush charging in. Oh, interesting shot. Ayush, he was also impressed. He just had a look and just went back. Nothing wrong there. He was trying to iftikhar, he was trying to go for the scoop down to fine leg. Last minute, he saw the ball outside off, adjusted, changed the face of this bat, and played it down to third man. Finesse at its finest. Made it seem that Ayush was bowling like 80 kilometers an hour. But he's bowling much quicker than that. That's the class of these batters at the middle here. So if you're free in Hong Kong, come down to these clubs and watch the level of cricket. Questions here which you can hear from the sound effect mic. Was that not a wide? Is it a no ball given? Is it a no ball? Okay, so the free hit signal is given, so it is a no ball. Still unsure why it was given a no ball. Perhaps it bounced off the pitch. Similar shot trying to be played by Iftikhar. Fortunately, couldn't get the same result. 1 run down. Ayush. Length ball. Fortunately for him, he has a very good fielder at deep third man to protect. No misfields from Martin Kudzia so far. You can see on the side of your screen, at fine leg, Adil Mahmood is stretching. Perhaps he's going to come in from the other end. The 2 opening bowlers. Wonderfully bowled. Is it a wide given? That was a tough call. Ayush is unhappy. He's dejected. But the umpire's call is the umpire's call. You just have to accept it and go back to your mark. On the bright side though, Ayush has another ball to take a wicket. So let's see if he can make use of this extra delivery. That's a wide. No dejection there from the bowler. If you look at the right side, he has 3 more deliveries left. So he should be thinking 3 more opportunities to get the batter out. Wonderfully bowled. Both the keeper and the bowler are a bit confused. I also thought it was inside, but again, I don't have the best of angles. I'm seeing the game live. The screen is too small for me to see the lines. So we'll have to take the word of the umpire. Although it's the third wide in a row, it's the right thinking from the bowler. Scoop! Wonderfully played by Iftikhar. This is what I was speaking at the start of the innings. If Akbar Khan and Waqas Khan, if they manage to get a good partnership, they have the batting lineup to increase the run rate at the end. And that's what they're doing. Akbar Khan and Waqas Khan, they set up such a strong foundation that you have guys like Iftikhar Ahmed who just come in. And because they have less balls to play at the end of the innings, they aren't concerned about the wickets tally. They can play shots like these. Edge. The keeper couldn't get it. And is it 4? Yes, it is 4. The bowler is disappointed. The keeper is also disappointed. I thought the keeper would have gotten to the ball. Unfortunately so, it went above him. Ayush isn't too happy with the effort there. He thought the keeper could get onto the ball and he would have had his second wicket. It's okay, he has one more ball to claim a second. But that's a wide. He went for the slower delivery, so the fourth wide of the over. There's been a no ball and 4 wides, so there has been 11 deliveries so far. Or should I say this would be the 11th delivery of the over. Hopefully this is the final delivery. Ayush. It is. Is it not? It is not a it's not a legal delivery. I think the fielders saw the no ball call from Mr. John Prakash. The umpire called a no ball. That's why they didn't even go for the catch. It's 1 run. Another delivery to be bowled. So far 11 deliveries bowled in the 45th over. It's a free hit, so the catch will be inconsequential. But a comedy of errors there. I was wondering why were they going for the catch. At the end of the day, the catch did not matter. Did the batter get hit? Last 5 overs. And you've had the most consistent bowler, Adil Mahmood. He's back to finish his last 2. As a commentator, I am unbiased. However, as a cricket fan, I would like his bowling. He's been bowling consistent and I don't want such damages to the wonderful flickers he's gotten so far. Is that a wide? No, it's not. That means he gets another dot into the books. Again, if you exclude those 5 overthrows off his bowling, It's been 8.1 overs, 2 maidens, 11 runs. That's the runs he's actually conceded. So he has been bowling extremely well. Wouldn't mind that. That's a good result. HKCC won't be disappointed with the singles. What they would be concerned would be with the extras and the boundaries. In essence, the last over was worth 2 overs because 12 balls have been bowled. In the block hole, the bowler here, Adil Mahmood, he has such a repeatable action that it's easy for him to hit the areas he wants to hit. I'm sure if he wants, he can bowl much faster if he puts in that more effort, but for him, it's not the pace, it's the consistency. Short ball. Unfortunate for the bowler as it goes right between the gap of backward point and short third man. It's 4 runs to the batter. Credit to the batter. He managed to pierce the gap like a surgeon. Extremely precise. And Adil Mahmood, he must be slightly disappointed as he thought he could have gotten a wicket there. Another short ball. Third short ball. This time dispatched by Iftikhar Ahmed. 47 of 27. 4 fours and 3 maximums. 4 fours and 3 maximums. From the USC dugout, you can hear the shouts, Gio, Gio. They're praising Iftikhar for his wonderful innings so far. And do we see, is the scorer bringing a ball back? Everyone's unsure. And yes, the ball hasn't come back, so the scorer is coming on the ground for a ball change.
Did go up there according to him, so I don't know if he did.
Today, whatever I've been asking from USRC, they have been delivering. I asked for Akbar Khan and Akbar Khan to have a 100-run partnership. They managed to get that. I asked for Iftikhar Ahmed to get a 30-run plus cameo. He's given me 47 so far. Phenomenal batting so far from USRC. To those who will just look at the scorecard, the value of Akbar Khan's innings will be underappreciated. Because although it doesn't seem he scored too many runs today, his innings was paramount for USRC to be in this position. Driven nicely inside the circle, just a single. Adil finishes his over, but would be disappointed. 13 runs off the over. Not speaking as a commentator, but as a fellow player, I'm sure Adil must be ruing that he could have bowled all his 10 within the power play. If he did, he might have gotten that extra wicket. That might have been his thought. But of course, if that didn't pan out, you wouldn't have the services of Adil in the last 10. I'm not sure if I agree with this, but Ayush has been taken out of the attack. And it's Aryan Chandramani who's in the attack now. Not taking anything away from Aryan, but as a bowler, if you haven't had the best of overs, it's always good for your captain to show faith by giving you another one. Of course, there might be things we don't know. There might be an injury to him. But for me, if there's a captain, you should be always putting your strike bowlers, no matter how many runs they concede, have faith in the right bowlers that they will deliver the next one. Nevertheless, this might be the master stroke HKCC is looking for. Two's the shout. And is it two? Fantastic fielding by number 29, Ninat Shah. I've not seen anyone throw the ball harder when they've been on their knees. And let's have a look. It's a half century to Iftikhar Ahmed. What a knock. 50 off 29. That's a run rate of more than 10 and over. So strike rate of around 170. Flat bats it down the ground for a single. The partnership now, it's 83 of 47. Contrasting partnerships here for the third and fourth wickets. Slower delivery. Is it a chance? No, it won't be. It's 6. What a beautiful sight by the USRC dugout. All went up with 6 signals in a synchronized manner. Was a sight to remember for me personally. So 6 more to Akbar Khan. 6 sixes for the opening batter. 8 fours, 6 sixes. He marches on to 121. Bam! Is that another one? No, it's not. And subdued celebrations from HKCC. Nizat Khan, he holds on to the catch, but that's an end to a wonderful innings by Akbar Khan. Gentle applauses coming in from the HKCC fielders. Akbar Khan, he has done the job. 8 fours, 6 sixes, 121 off 132. You couldn't ask for anything more. That's an innings to remember. And I'm calling it early, but if USRC manages to win the match, you have the player of the match over here. It's going to be Akbar Khan. Of course, you have the Hong Kong Cricket Club fielders right now. Some of these batters, Nizakat Khan, Martin Kudziye, they must be wondering that if he can do it, so can I. Comes in to bat. Let's have a look. It seems to be Aftab Hussain. Yes, Aftab Hussain, the left arm spinner.
I'll show it to them first. I'll talk to them first.
Aryan Chandramani.
Oh,
Almost a second for him.
almost handshake wall.
It should be a moral victory for the bowler.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But good dive.
Glad to see Aryan bowling again after his injury that he sustained early on in the innings. That ball was smashed right back at him when he had to go off the field. A scoop, but Iftikhar is just versatile. He's just changing the scoop at the last minute. Scoop becomes a dab and he gets a single to retain strike. 3 more overs to go. USRC 238 for 4. I must say it again. Waqas Khan has played an innings which will be underappreciated if you look at the scorecard. The only reason why Iftikhar is playing so freely is because he laid that foundation. It was an unfortunate way for him to get out, but that near 100-ball innings, that was what USRC needed. They needed someone to see off those dangerous fast bowlers, those dangerous spinners that HKCC has in their lineup. In these last 3 overs, Iftikhar is going to be targeting 30 runs. And if they can get 30 runs, HKCC will have a tall order of chasing 270 on this green pitch. Straight bats it down the ground. Gently asking for the no ball, but that wasn't a beamer at all. That was a low full toss. No two doubts about that. Surprised to see those both batters wearing half-sleeve shirts. Must have had a good warm-up. Bouncer? Is that called a wide? Not a wide, just one for the over. Definitely. If USRC are not going to be using their jumpers, they could supply some here to the broadcasting team, as we're all shivering. We're at one corner of the ground, which has been fully covered, blocked of sunlight, and without much movement. It's a tough place to be at. Short ball? Was that a nick? It wasn't a nick. So good pressure being built from here by Adil Mahmood. 2 dots to Aftab Hussain. He's known more for his bowling, although he can smack a big 6 down the ground.
Also, we between the replay and we have like 2-3 seconds, so we are not sure. So we just follow.
A third short ball. Let's have a look at the square leg umpire. Is that a bouncer? That's another one given for the over. Aftab here, he's having a stare down. He's not happy. He thought that one of them should be a wide. 2 balls left for Adil. Can he finish with another wicket? Full delivery. Down the ground, he almost ricocheted the ball onto the non-striker stumps. It's heartening to see such a tall man to put in that effort to go down, save those runs for the team. Good commitment shown by all 11 players in red. Coming in for the final delivery of his spell. Yorker-ish. He tried for the Yorker. Missed it. A juicy full toss, and Aftab, he just dispatches it over cover for a maximum. Not the best way to end a fantastic piece of bowling. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 36 runs. 1 wicket for it, but he's bowled much better than the figures show. Adil Mahmood, a bit disappointed with himself, the way he ended it. But credit to him, the way he's bowled. In that power play, he showed the class he had. He brought HKCC into the game. Fortunately for the cricket club here, for the home venue here, these USRC batters have managed to keep their wickets in hand. A near scoop / dab. I think there has to be a name to the shot now. It's kind of like he wants to show the fielders he's going for a scoop, but at the last minute he adjusts for a dab. He's trying to play with the minds of those fielders here at third man at backward point. Aryan. Okay, that wasn't a dab, that was a thick edge. From HKCC, we've seen the tactic from all bowlers except for Adil Mahmood is to keep it as full as possible. Wonder to see if he's going to bowl a short delivery. Not quite, but there seems to be a catching opportunity. Does he hold on? Unfortunately so, he's dropped it, but gives a run out. It's a direct hit. One short. One short and a direct hit, so no runs. So at the end of the day, the drop catch has no impact.
The first one is short one from the bowler's end, and the second one will be run out.
So just confirmation, the runners ran short on the first run. They come back, they get run out on the second run. So 0 runs and a wicket, which means the drop catch had no value,
是但
except that it's just 1 wicket less for Aryan Chandramani.
係咪 number 9啊？
That piece of fielding from Ninad Shah, that's amazing. A direct hit from 60 meters away from, perhaps 55 meters away from the stumps, but 1 bounce, solid throw, 1 stump to aim at, and he does it.
Who facing? No, wait. What is
Number 66. Who's number 66?
With that level of fielding,
Who's number 66?
I'm sure you could just have him in the team just as a fielder.
呢個啊？呢個係咪啊？
Mohammed Hassan Khan.
係啊。
The ball's back to him, the man of the moment. Another good throw.
同兩個 run。
He has a rocket arm. It's one of the best arms I've seen so far today. He's throwing absolute rockets. Might as well give him an MLB contract.
No runs.
Make him play some baseball.
0 run ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ।
0 run.
Not sure of the baseball culture here in Hong Kong, but
Out from
he
striker.
definitely can pitch a ball.
But do you guys know that if a batsman runs short on a 2 run on both sides,
咁就有1分。
Yeah. I didn't know this.
Is it 6 down the ground? Or is it 1 bounce? It's 1 bounce, hits the side screen on the full.
所以我就睇係佢識到
Another 4.
識到 out 咁就 out。
yeah, but I'm not sure if I think it should be dot. Laws are sometimes weird.
And it's 250 up, 252 for 5. So USRC, they have a strong total on the board. Martin could see it. He cleans up for that edge towards third man. 1 over remaining. 253 runs for 5 wickets. USRC, they must have made everyone surprised, pleasantly surprised, after the way the first 10 overs panned out. I must be honest, seeing them 35 for 2, with the way HKCC was bowling with those 2 opening bowlers, I was afraid they'd be bundled out within 150. But the way that Akbar Khan, Akbar Khan they've played, it's been phenomenal. And Ayush Shukla gets 1 over from the other end. So this is something I like. Although he didn't have the best of the last overs he bowled, you have to show faith in your star bowler. This is not about a game or two. If you have a bowler who's going to deliver for you league after league, you have to show faith, you have to show confidence. And this is a good sign from HKCC. I'm going to call it early. He's going to get a wicket in this over. I call it early. So if you see a wicket, you heard it first. You're going to see wicket number 2 from Ayush Shukla. Let's see if he delivers. No, he doesn't deliver because Adil stops him midway just to see the number of fielders outside. Fantastic call. Fantastic observation by one of the experienced players here. Rightfully stops Ayush in his tracks, otherwise it would have been a no ball. They got the fielders checked. So take 2 for Ayush Shukla. Will take 2 lead to wicket 2? Let's have a look. It's okay, he has 5 more deliveries to prove me right. And that's a good result for Hong Kong Cricket Club. At the same time, it's also a good result for USRC, as they have the man of the moment, Iftikhar Ahmed, 54 of 34, playing those paddle come dab shots. There has to be a new name for that shot. But yes, he's looking very good out there. So it's good to have him on strike. Is that a catch? Is that a catch? Unfortunately so. It was a good effort by Martin Kodzia. Almost had him, and he almost had wicket number 2 for Ayush Shukla. I called it early, but it's okay. It's a winter's morning. It's hard. It's hard to hold on to those balls. He covered very good ground, and as you can hear from the sound effects mic, give me another one. Edged. And is he gone? He's gone. So I was right. He will get wicket number 2. If it wasn't in the previous ball, it's in this delivery. He manages to get a wicket. And it's a well-deserved wicket for the way he's been bowling throughout those 8.3 overs. Those figures do not show the way he's been bowling. He's been bowling well. Of course, there has been the loose ball here and there. But it's a well-deserved wicket for Ayush Shukla. Benny Paras Singh, one of the players for Hong Kong in the sixes. I was seeing some of him from the live broadcast, and he gets the ball to move when he's bowling. So I'm sure he must be enjoying the wicket. So far, he's using the skills he learned at the sixes. A good heave. And the throw wasn't a direct throw, so he manages to come back for a second. I'm sure he's practiced a lot of these situations where he comes in for the last 3 or 4 deliveries and he's looking to get a maximum. So one of my predictions was right, that Ayush will get a wicket in this over. I have 2 more balls to make another prediction. I have a feeling that Benny Paras Singh will hit 1 down the ground. 1 maximum is coming. Oh, unfortunately so, that's not a prediction for me. Ayush Shukla gets his 3rd wicket, cleans them up, bails are gone, and well bowled by Ayush. So far only 4 runs of the last 5 deliveries, of the last over in the first 5 deliveries. It's been a good comeback by Ayush. Again, time and time we see that the team which goes into the innings break with the momentum, they're the ones who win the game. So if Ayush, if you can bowl a final good ball, keep it under 6 runs and over in this final over, I think the momentum is with Hong Kong Cricket Club. Final delivery, Ayush Shukla. Will he bowl a slower ball? It seems to be a slower ball. Kinshut Shah, he covers the ball. Are they coming for a second? Not quite. It's an out. Ayush Shukla, well done. 5 runs off the over. Only 5 runs. The momentum is with the Hong Kong Cricket Club despite the fact that USRC has managed to put a commendable total with the conditions on board. It's a green wicket. It's a chilly morning. 258. We're going to shortly present the batting cards in a minute. But it's a good total by USRC. They're having a round of applause as HKCC meet it for a quick meeting. Let's have a batting card. Let's have a look here. Akbar Khan. Remember the name. 121 runs. 121 runs off 132 deliveries. Then we have Waqas Khan with 45. Unfortunately got run out. But Iftikhar Ahmed, he's the reason for the impetus at the end of the innings. He's the one, which is why that we have 258 on the board. He managed to increase the run rate. And if we have a quick look at the bowling card, it was a mixed day for the bowlers. Both opening bowlers, Ayush and Adil, started brilliantly. Although they did get some runs conceded off some phenomenal death end batting from Iftikhar. The other bowlers, they all did a good job. But for me, the star bowler was Anshuman Rath. He's not known to be a frontline bowler, but he bowled 9.3 overs, just conceding 36 runs. He did his job for the team. So let's have a look at the match summary. The game stands with 258 for 8 for USRC Premier in 50 overs. 259 will be the target. Quick word before I call off. 259 is going to be a tall order on this green track. It's going to be a hard task. It's going to be a tall order for the HKCC batting lineup. But again, you have Hong Kong Premier League players. You have the national players playing in the HKCC lineup. So it might as well be a game on hand. We'll join you shortly after the lunch break.
Just
What are these to pick up noise?
It's okay. Just don't knock off any of the broadcast. आपको डालता हूँ.
lunch busy है. आता हूँ तो मजे का lunch.
आप हो ना ऑल स्टार्स वाले ग्रुप पे इंडिया क्लब आप नहीं हो उसमें तो कोई और होगा उनका नाम है गोबर खान है ना
वो से इंडिया क्लब है.
इंडिया क्लब ये हांगकांग वाला तो बंदे का नाम है गोबर दास मुझे लगा आप ही होंगे
तो मैं ही हूँ ना वो भी.
तो
ये सीओ वाला.
ये इंडिया क्लब ऑल स्टार्स कोई और होगा वही मुझे लगा आप ही खेलते हो इंडिया क्लब
नहीं मैं तो गोहर कोई और नाम बेटी हो कोई लेकिन मैंने खेलता नहीं. ओ हाँ मुझे याद आ गया वो गोहर है एक.
अच्छा
हाँ
ओके
हाँ वो है मुझे याद आ गया वो भी उसका नाम ही गोहर है.
अच्छा
हाँ मुझे याद आ गया.
अभी अंपायर से
किधर गई है अंदर चली गई.
एरिन ने बोला था कल मुझे टेक्स्ट किया he's gonna say something about our game क्योंकि he thought that Pakistan will destroy us tomorrow like yesterday everyone thought Pakistan is gonna destroy us जो Div 2 वाली टीम because they're the best in the tournament so उनको भी लगा 500 रन बनेंगे so in the podcast he said that these guys will like finish I think
So how the other protocols have that number plate?
Welcome back to Hong Kong Cricket Club. We just had a good lunch break over here. We're now Hong Kong Cricket Club will need to chase 259 runs in 50 overs against the USRC Premier. To those who've just been joining us, Akbar Khan has played a wonderful innings, scored 121 runs, and with the help of Iftikhar Ahmed and Waqas Khan playing the anchoring innings, they have managed to reach this formidable total on a green wicket. So despite the strong batting lineup for Hong Kong Cricket Club, it will not be an easy walk in the park. They'll have to apply themselves the way those two batters did for the third wicket partnership. The two opening batters here, Martin Kudzie and Anshuman Rath, they'd be hoping to emulate the same level of batting class, application, and resilience Akbar Khan and Waqas Khan did for USRC. The umpires are ready, and you can see Captain Shahid Wasif leading the troops. He's setting all his fielders in the right areas. You have number 97. That is player number 97. Okasha, Muhammad Okasha to open. He looks like to be a right arm bowler. He's going to be bowling right arm over the wicket to Martin Kudzie. I'm just hearing some inside information from our broadcasting that he's a swing bowler. He gets to move the ball. He must be licking his lips on this green wicket. At the end of the day for USRC, if you manage to get those top three back into the shed within this first power play, I think you have the game under your control. First ball of the innings, shortish. Martin Kudzie didn't seem to be in a spot of bother. Saw it quite easily, and that's because the bowler had it a back of a length. He'd want to be bowling slightly fuller. I can see to my right as well, Benny Para Singh. He's warming up. He's also going to play a crucial factor in this game if USRC have any chances of restricting HKCC to 258. Quick fuel change. Benny Para Singh from mid-wicket has gone to deep backward point. And if you're going to be bowling short like that, might as well just have someone back on the boundary, because that's 6 runs. Hit the boundary right on the fence, Martin Kudzie. No need of a second sider. If it's short and wide, it's a hit me ball for him, and he doesn't need that second invitation. 6 runs to start proceedings for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Excellent batting display from the international player. He's played for Hong Kong. He's scored centuries for Hong Kong. He's a man who you have to ensure he's back into the hut early for USRC. You can't be giving siders like this early on. And I think that's the word from Akbar Khan, the man who batted 130 deliveries in the first innings, must be giving those words of wisdom to his bowler to pitch it up. And that he does. Unfortunately, down the leg. If he'd gotten the radar correct, he might have created an opportunity. But that's 1 run to Martin, and he goes off strike. Now what's going to frustrate USRC is the left-hand, right-hand combination of this opening pair for Hong Kong. Anshuman Rath, Martin Kudzie, How many times have they opened the innings for Hong Kong? And they'll do the same in Hong Kong Cricket Club as well. So 2 slips. I wouldn't call it a gully, more like a 4th slip. So you could say a total of 3 slips for Anshuman. That means the captain has faith that he's going to swing the ball away from the left-hander. But you're not going to let it swing if you bowl that short. You can see the dejection from the captain behind the stumps. Too short. These batters have too much time on their hands. They're international level batters. They're used to facing a delivery bowled at 140 clicks an hour. So you cannot threaten them with a short and fast delivery here. Anshuman Rath, much better line and length from him, and he's facing the ball right under his eyes. That's the area you want to bowl as a bowler. Want to give it some opportunity to move off the pitch. Shortish delivery, but it wasn't as short, so Anshuman Rath couldn't get under. And now I hear him. I see the groundsman, Mr. Peter here. He's in his t-shirt and his shorts. I have immense jealousy from the man in front of me here, in a t-shirt and shorts in a weather where I have my hands in my pocket. I'm feeling cold. I think as a groundsman, he has full immunity to the weather. He's used to of these conditions. The cold weather doesn't bother him a bit. As you can hear from the sound effects mic, he says he got an extra level of clothing inside his body, so it's keeping him well warm. Now to start proceedings from the other end is Benipara Singh. Again, the captain showing good faith in his opening bowlers, giving them 2 slips. A backward point which is almost like a gully. No, as I speak, he's moving a bit to his right. And if Benipara Singh can pitch the ball and move it forward, these opening batters will have something to deal with. Benipara Singh. Back of a length, down the leg, so it's a wide delivery. Now the issue so far for USRC is they're bowling too back of a length. They're bowling it too short. Now on this green pitch, it's all about pitching it up, making sure the batters are coming onto the front foot. But we've seen so far in the first over and right now, both these international batters, they're happy to stay on the back foot. So you have to be pitching it up. That's fuller, a bit too full. But is it a misfield which is going to cost them? Yes, it is. Not the clinical starts that USRC would have wanted. But of course, they deserve that cushion with the level of batting they had towards the end of the innings. At one stage, we were thinking that 150, 160 might be on the cards with the loss of 2 early wickets. So they do deserve some leeway with the ball. They've earned it with the bat. But you cannot take anything for granted when you have the level of batting that HKCC has. Fuller ball onto the pads. 2 runs taken by Hong Kong Cricket Club. Anshuman Rath, number 10. Of course, everyone remembers the one and only legendary player with the shirt number 10. He doesn't need any introduction. Mr. Sachin Ramesh Tendulkar. So I'm sure that's a role model that Anshuman Rath would like to emulate in his kind of innings. Well watched. So that's the line and length that Benipara Singh has to hit. As a spectator, when I was there watching the sixes, I saw that he was getting great lateral movement. So if he can get the ball out swinging to a right-hander, it means it's going to come in to Anshuman Rath. And in that line and length, he's going to be a force to deal with. Fuller, but beautifully driven. Anshuman Rath, I hoped you held the pose for a bit longer. We could have taken a photo of that. That was class, elegance, and beautiful batsmanship on display. This is the reason why he plays for Hong Kong. He always seems to have that extra second, and he manages to bring his front foot right down the line, caressed for 4 runs. HKCC off to a positive start. Good comeback by Benny Para Singh. Jams it in the block hole. So it's a slightly wavered start for the opening bowlers here. However, there's a lot of time in the game. They have a lot of runs to play with. The idea should be to have the heads high and come back and try hitting that length again. For the final delivery, Benas Para Singh. Near edge to the keeper. That was some good speed. That was some really good speed, good clicks. Anshuman Rath almost nicking off to the captain Shahid Wasif. After 2 overs, it's 23 without loss. Fuller ball. Well bowled again by Akasha. He's got a good repeatable action, Muhammad Akasha. So you can see he has a good rhythmic run up. Again, he's running in well. You will see a little of a hold, and then he just launches himself. Speaking of launching, that's what Martin Kozia did. Launched the ball right over the head of mid-off. 4 runs. He has fantastic hand-eye coordination. Didn't need to use much of the feet. He saw the ball pitched up, threw his hands, and bam, 4 runs. Main thing is to see how Akasha will come and bounce back. That's the line and length. Absolutely spot on. What HKCC managed to do so well is both Adil and Ayush. They were constantly probing that line and length, that 4th stump, 5th stump, on a length. Make sure the ball is hovering around that off stump, and that's where the batter is going to be in double mind, to play or leave the ball. So Umarzai Akasha, apologies for the name, Akasha. That's the line and length. A bit too straight, but that's where you want to be pitching the ball. Now what the batters are trying to do is they know that it's a green top wicket and they have to get these bowlers out of the attack. So a smart thing that they've been doing so far is to ensure the bowler is off his line and length, and you do that by scoring runs, by having an attacking mindset. Play through the line of the ball and the bowler is going to be a bit wavered if he doesn't keep his composure. Quick single. This is where Akasha shouldn't worry. That's the length he has to be hitting. Let the batters do what they're doing. He shouldn't be leaving that spot. The only constructive criticism I could give is he's bowling a tad too straight, a tad too much on the stumps. If he can slightly adjust his line towards that off stump, he's going to be a force to reckon with. For his final delivery, a bit fuller, but that's okay. Let the batters drive. That's what the slips are for. That's what your captain has kept men behind the bat for. So I like what he's been bowling. After 3 overs, it's 29 without loss. Benny to continue. Right in the block hole. That's a ball you can bowl with the new ball. Of course, it is in the length, but what happens is you're not giving the batter any opportunity to score runs. So if you can bowl deliveries like this, it's going to put pressure onto these batters. Again, USRC, they have a good total on the board. For this green wicket, 258 runs is competitive. Fuller. Anshuman Rat drives it down to mid-off, but again, he has protection. So that's what USRC need to think. I dare to say it's an above par score. USRC, they have the game under control if they manage to get a couple of early wickets like HKCC did against them. If you can get these two men who are batting right now for HKCC, if you can bring them out, shorter ball, if you can get them out, they're right into this game. You want to expose the middle order of Hong Kong Cricket Club early on. That is what the captain and bowler, that is what the strategies will be. The runs don't matter at this stage. There are plenty more to score for HKCC. Benny. Fuller. Is that a wide given? Yes, it is. A bit too off the tram line. That's all right. From where I'm sitting, I could see good lateral movement coming for Benny. The only issue is he's either bowling a bit too full or a bit too short. He does hit the length ball, but it has to become a bit more consistent for them to get the wicket of these opening batters. Fuller ball. Is that a wide? Not given. That's a good ball. Applause from the slip fielders. Benny. Fuller. Is it driven? Oh, wonderful drive by Anshuman Rat. No second siders for him. He sees the ball on a juicy length. He's going to bring his foot down to the pitch of the ball and he's going to caress it for another boundary. He moves on to 20 runs off 15 deliveries, 4 of them coming off from boundaries. It's a positive start by these two opening batters of Hong Kong Cricket Club. The issue is whatever good ball is being bowled by these bowlers, if there's only one loose delivery, the pressure's eased. And that's the thing, it's another good ball by Benny Para Singh. But if there's that one loosener, it eases the pressure. It allows the batter to not think about it and just respect the good balls. So after 4 overs, it's 34 without loss. The opening bowlers will have a lot to think about. They should be reflecting on what changes they could make in order for the batters to play an edge more often. As you can see on screen, Akbar Khan shining the ball. It'll be interesting to see the Centurion man, if he's going to get a chance with the ball to also make some impact for USRC. He's done it with the bat, so he would be hoping if he could do it with the ball as well. Akasha, a full toss. Is it going to be stopped by Akbar? Of course he is. Nothing can go wrong for him today. Save 3 more runs, so you can add those to his 121 he already scored for USRC. Might as well have a live counter for that. He scored 121 off approximately 132. I'm not sure, 130, around 130 deliveries. So if he can save 10 odd runs by fielding, he scored with a strike rate of 100 today. Back of a length. What Anshuman did very well is he took off the bottom hand. He saw it bounced. He's showing to his partner, Martin. It went up. There was some extra bounce there. So the good thing he did was he took off the bottom hand. Because even if it takes the top edge of the bat, as long as you made the bat dead by softening your hand so much, it's not going to carry to any slip fielder. That's it. That's the line and length. Good comeback by Akasha. Can he do it again? Again, same delivery. That's why Anshuman Rath couldn't come onto the pull shot. Brilliant bowling by Akasha. It's a good comeback. That shot was on and it could have gone for a maximum. Did Akasha bring his length back? But that's the thing. You shouldn't care about what the batter's doing. Just keep bowling with that same line and length. Is it a tickle? It's given wide. I thought there was something off the pad, but of course we're so far away. The sound effects mic, we aren't getting too much noise from the stumps as well. So it looks like to be the right call by the umpire. That's the line and length for the bowler. Again, well bowled. Akasha, a good comeback here. Just 2 runs conceded so far off the over. And Anshuman Rath, these dot balls don't matter too much for him after the blistering start he's gotten with the first few overs. Shortish. It was a tad short, which is why Anshuman Rath could flick the ball towards mid-wicket. It allows him to retain strike. And after 5 overs, it's 37 without loss. Benny to continue.
Oh my.
Almost an opportunity for the short cover fielder, but nevertheless, it's 4 more runs to Anshuman Rath. Benny Paras Singh has hands on his head. They almost had the first major scalp, USRC. They could have had the dangerous left-hander back into the sheds. But fortune favors the brave. As Anshuman Rath, he treads on to 24 runs. 25, I pardon. 25 of 22 with 5 boundaries. Shot! Down the ground, and that's a maximum. A 4 and a 6 to Anshuman Rath. 31 of 23 deliveries for Anshuman Rath. There wasn't much feet movement shown there. He spotted the ball early, and what Anshuman Rath is doing very well is he's putting off the bowlers off their line and length. Again, but good comeback. An excellent comeback by the bowler. That's the thing, that's the mental strength you need to show. It doesn't matter what the batter's doing, you continue with your game. He bowled that ball right outside off stump. He has faith in his movement, and eventually if he keeps bowling like this, he will get the reward soon. Inside edge, a near French cut. Could have almost hit his stumps, but again, Anshuman Rath, bit fortunate today. Unfortunately, Benny Paras, not as much. But that's the experience of a player who's played so much cricket. You ensure you know that you don't let the batter dictate terms to you as a bowler. Logically speaking, you're the one who's starting the action. If you don't bowl the ball, the batter cannot play. So as a bowler, you control the pace of the game. So let the batter do whatever he or she wants to do. You continue with your game. Wonderful delivery. This is pure class bowling by Benny Paras Singh. The first 2 balls which he was hit, they weren't bad balls. The first ball almost produced a wicket, and the second was just a wonderful shot. So the fact that he continued, he persevered with the same line and length, is a true testament of the great bowling mindset he has. Interesting hand gestures from the captain. I think he had his hands up in his air before the bowler was bowling to signal to continue bowling what you were bowling. And that's what he exactly did. And that's what the slip fielder is saying to Akasha, who's coming in to bowl again. He's saying, look at the other bowler. Look at where he's bowling. They're making sure that the batter's trying to play at the ball. So you just have to ensure you're bowling the same line and length. I think that's what Akasha is trying to do. But of course, with these winter conditions, when the body is not fully warmed up, when you have a right-handed and a left-handed combination, with the nerves there, execution does become difficult. But that's the line and length. Is it a wicket? Is it a wicket? No, it's not given by the umpire. Now that was an interesting appeal, because the only people who appealed were the slips and the keeper, and it seemed to be that the bowler followed suit. So the bowler didn't believe the batter hit it. It was more in response to the reaction, what he saw behind the stumps. So good umpiring there. Give a nod out. Played. Is it a boundary? The ball is running towards the boundary. Will the fielder stop it? Great fielding. Great athleticism shown by the USRC fielder there. One of them did try to stop the ball and fortunately couldn't do it. But the other one, he sprinted full speed. And he fielded at that difficult area where the lawn bowl fields start. And that's where the ball gets really fast. So amazing fielding by USRC. That's the line and length.
15 up.
I am tempted to say that's been the best delivery of the entire game so far. Let's have a look at the replay. On a length, and it moves away from the left-handed batter. You know, those are some balls which are so good that it doesn't produce a wicket because they move so much that the batter just plays and misses. Phenomenal bowling by Ukasha. Not the length he could pull, but Anshuman Rath manages to pull it down the ground. Thoughts of a second, but since it ricocheted off the hands of a fielder, they didn't. They decided against it. And with that, it's 50 up. So they managed to get the 50 within the first 7 overs. Now that's a contrasting start to USRC, who got the 50 in the 17th over. A thickish edge by Martin Kudzie. Will it run down to the boundary? No, it seems to be that a fielder has picked it up and saves 2 more runs for his team. Again, those edges, they don't matter. You can hear from one of the USRC fielder, "Ye ball achhi hai, ye ball achhi hai," trying to motivate the bowler that this is the ball that you bowl. It doesn't matter if you're scoring runs off this delivery. Senior player Akbar Khan asking the fielders to be ready. Good fielding. Is there a chance of a run out? How's that? How's that? That's not out. Unfortunately so. It was a good throw and a good take by the keeper. At the end of the day, the batter survives and HKCC moves on to 54 runs without loss after 7 overs. But this has been a good comeback again by USRC. So they've managed to do 2 comebacks, one with the bat, and they've done a good comeback with the ball. Both bowlers hitting their line and length, making the batters play for the ball. A good recovery. Beautiful bowling. Both bowlers, they've managed to find their spot. And now you could see some of the HKCC batters here. They're having a word with each other. They're marking some things on the pitch. Cricket is a funny game. Just based on the way you bowl, the pitch seems different, both to the batter and the spectator. Fuller. Unfortunately so, he got slightly full, but that is all class of Martin Kudzie. Perhaps any other batter might have still defended at it, but these batters, they play for Hong Kong. They're used to facing bowlers at speed. It's for them, he was early onto the ball, picked the length, and 4 runs to the boundary. There's a bit of a discussion, but I don't think there should be any changes right now to the field or to the bowling. It was a good shot. For the bowler, he should just continue with what he's doing. Those odd boundaries will come, it's okay. But as a bowler, it's about mentally not being disturbed by those. Have the mental strength to just continue what you have been doing. Oh, a good ball. Good bounce from the pitch. You can see what Benny does. He has a slingy action. He gets very side on at the crease. He seems to be a knee dominant bowler. He holds himself at the crease and then he slings himself. So because of that, he gets good pace and good bounce. Is that a wicket? Is that a run out? And deja vu. HKCC conceded 5 runs from an overthrow, and so did USRC. So, level squared. If you gave 5 runs as an overthrow, we will give those too.
They put 6. Oh, okay, okay.
Again, it's 5 runs because before the ball reached to the fielder, the batters made their way for 1 run. And at the time of the throw, they didn't go off for a 2nd run. That means they will only get 4 runs as an overthrow. Okay, so deep square leg comes into the circle and deep third man goes out. Again, that's what you need to do as a bowler. The batters are going to do their thing. As a bowler, you just do yours. Well defended by Anshuman Rath. After 8 overs, it's 63 without loss. Kasha. Straight to the Centurion man, Akbar Khan. Another ball. This wasn't short. This was absolutely not short, but this is pure class from Martin Kudzie. It was a ball at a length, somehow manages to make the bowler feel like a spinner. Just rocks on the back foot and bam, 4 runs down to fine leg. Of course, the ground of Hong Kong Cricket Club, it helps you a lot. There's the lawn bone area where it just runs like a tracer bullet. So easy picking for Martin Kudzie, and again a testament to the class these both openers possess. Okasha, though, he shouldn't feel dejected. That was just pure batsmanship at its finest. You bowl the same ball again, you're going to get a different result. Exactly my point. This is all the law of large numbers. If you bowl there 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, of course, you're going to get in every 1,000 balls you bowl there, you're going to get like 5 or 10 good shots. But it's okay. Those will happen. 90% of the time you are going to get the batter fending. Almost a strangle down the leg side. Lucky for Martin, it kept moving down, so he didn't get any glove or bat onto the ball. Giving you an update for the game happening at KCC. Right now, Pakistan Association are 15 for 1. Give you more updates in the over break. An appeal! Not out early, not out given by the umpire. We don't have the best of camera angles here, but potentially it might be impact outside off. Again, I think that's the consideration, or it could be height. Either way, USRC would feel a bit frustrated. Things haven't been going their way. A shot from Anshuman Rath that almost carried to a fielder. A couple of rejected LBW calls. They're just eagerly looking for a breakthrough here. Square cut. Although that was a fine looking shot, there's no runs to it. So that happens in cricket. You can play a fantastic looking shot and you get no reward for it. You can play a horrible looking shot and you can get a lot of runs for it. Same things for bowlers. You can bowl a terrible delivery and manage to get a wicket, or you could bowl the best of deliveries and still concede 4. And that's the thing. Be relentless. And if you be relentless, you get rewards like Okasha. That's a wicket taken the off stump back. Wicket number 1 for USRC. They've gotten the danger man Martin Kudzie. He made a well-made 29 of 23. But at the end of the day, it's a good start, but he couldn't capitalize on it. It is 68 for 1 after 9 overs. HKCC wouldn't be in a spot of bother as they have another classy batter coming in, and that is Nizakat Khan. For Hong Kong Cricket Club, their top 3 batters are one of the top 3 batters for the Hong Kong national team as well. And that's why Hong Kong Cricket Club is a side to be reckoned with. USRC though, they get reward for their relentless bowling. With that, it's the end of the over. 9 done, 1 left of the power play. Although HKCC managed to score runs, USRC are back into the game with the wicket of Martin Kudzie. About the other game, Pakistan Association are chasing a near 200 total, and they're off to a relatively decent start. They're 15 for 1. They've lost the early wicket, but they have plenty of batting to come. Anshuman 35. Fuller delivery. It's straight to the short cover fielder though. Looking at his shot, he didn't want to play a cover drive. He was trying to go down the ground. An earlier shot he played to Benny Parasingh where he got a maximum. As you can hear from the Thex mic, you have Okasha rubbing his spikes into the steps beside the scorers. I think those who enjoy ASMR, they might have had A wonderful feeling hearing that. I definitely heard it in my headset. I wasn't the biggest fan of that sound though. What I do enjoy, what sound I do enjoy, is the ball coming onto the bat, straight off the middle of the bat. And Anshuman Rath, that's what he's managing to do 90% of the time. He's got a good willow in his hand. Fortunately so, it's off the thigh pad, not off the bat this time. Indeed, has been great comeback by both these bowlers. It was a positive start by both the openers from Hong Kong Cricket Club. But both these opening bowlers for USRC, they've shown that they can hold their nerve in pressure situations. And like we saw in the last over, Akasha got his reward by taking the off stump of Martin Coetzee. Coming into bowl for his final delivery. Sorry, the second final delivery. That was right in the block hole. A little stare there by Benny. Sure, his confidence is high up. He's been managing to hit the block hole for the 5th or 6th time, at least in these 5 overs he's bowled. It's coming at good clicks. So for the final delivery of the power play, it'll be interesting to see if the batter goes for an aggressive shot. I would say he went for the shot, the pickup flick. He was trying to target that vacant leg side region, try to get at least a boundary, if not a 6. Nevertheless, Benny drifted 2 down the leg, and he has to bowl 1 more. So the run rate stands at 4.7, the required run rate. Although it doesn't seem to be a tall order at the moment, the pitch is conducive to bowling. Driven by Anshuman Rath. Unfortunately, won't get a 4 like the previous 2 times he got. And that's because there's been protection at the deep cover region. So after 10, it's 70 without loss. As you can see on screen, the umpire signaling power play to the scorers. And with the end of the first power play, you're going to see more fielders hovering around the boundary ropes. Yes, with the power play ending, Shahid Wasif asks one of his fielder at that cover region to go back to the boundary. What it does is it slows down the pace at which the batters need to score their runs. They can only get singles. I was just talking about getting singles, but Anshuman Rath just proved me wrong. He saw a big vacant gap in this mid-wicket region. Wasn't too short, but again, it wasn't too quick either. So it gave enough time for Anshuman Rath to rock back on the back foot, and he creams it for 4 more runs, which brings him to 40 off 38. With a strike rate in excess of 100, that's exactly what the captain would be asking of him. Bam again! Unfortunately for Anshuman Rath, he finds the fielder. Otherwise, that was 4 more to his name. was a good stop by the fielder at mid-wicket. And now with Nizakat Khan on strike, the right-handed batter, he hops down to deep third. Shortish delivery, beautifully played by Nizakat Khan. Gets right under the ball, uses his wrists and flicks it towards that deep mid-wicket region. And that's elegant batting at display. This is exactly what you need to do as a bowler. Just bowl those lengths, try to restrict the batter, but as a batter, if you have the class like Nizakat Khan, all you need to do is just drop your wrists and get off strike. Shortish delivery again. Is it going to go for a boundary? It's not. Wonderful, wonderful fielding by the USRC fielder there. Seems to be Benny Paras Singh. He's not going to take any excuses. He's not going to make any excuses, sorry, for bowling 5 overs in a row, and that's why he can't field. He gives 100%, and that's good job for the USRC team. Final 2 deliveries. Flick into the leg side. So Anshuman Rath is back on strike. He's at 42. He's closing in on half a century. Sure, he's not thinking about that at the moment. For a player of his caliber, 50 odd is not enough. He'd be looking to replicate what Akbar Khan did for his team. And he manages to keep strike. Beautifully flicks the ball into mid-wicket. And that's one more to his name. So at the end of 11 overs, it's 79 for 1.
I turned WhatsApp to me and show. Okay, WhatsApp to me and show.
So like Hong Kong Cricket Club did, USRC are continuing with their opening bowlers beyond the power play. And that is good faith shown by their keeper captain, Shahid Wasif. It's not about the figures, it's about the way they've been bowling. Flick down. Good fielding by Akasha. Now what's going to annoy USRC is their right-hand, left-hand combination. So as a player myself, I absolutely dread when you have to constantly switch positions. If you're someone's mid-wicket, then for the right-hander you have to switch positions, go to another place. Of course, captains can ensure that they can tell the fielders where they need to go regularly, but it still does break your flow. And as a bowler, you have to constantly change your line and length. Shortish delivery. I think Benny Paras knows it. He wanted to bowl slightly fuller, but sometimes it does happen. If you hold the ball slightly too tight, it's going to pitch behind the area you want to bowl. So what's interesting to analyze of Benny's action is he's highly knee dominant. And what he does is when he hits the crease, he likes to hold on his back foot. So you can see there's a slight pause. So what happens is he gets very side on, he holds onto the back foot, and this style of bowling is conducive is if you don't like to run in very fast and if you like to generate all the power from the crease. So for someone with his build, it's the ideal way to be bowling. And this is in contrast to many pacers we have who bowl in international level. What they are, they're a bit more hip dominant. They like to be quick off the back foot. A slide nick, an inside edge, fortuitous boundary for Anshuman Rath as he proceeds on to 48 runs. The scoreboard doesn't show you where you get your runs. It's just 4 more there to the batter's name. So he marches on to 48, closing in on that half century, 7 fours and a maximum. A wonderful start by the left-hander. Fuller delivery and drives it. It's a misfield, although I don't want to be too harsh on the fielder. It was coming on really fast, and he did have to cover some ground. But that boundary brings up the half century for Anshuman Rath. It's 52 off 44. 8 fours and a maximum. You can see on your screen. It was a good shot by the left-hander, but subdued celebrations. Just a slight raise of the bat. Nothing too fancy because he knows the job is half done. What the team needs is a century from Anshuman Rath. Final delivery. Wonderfully left. So at the end of 12 overs, it is 89 for 1. And it'll be interesting to see if they continue with Akasha, who opened the innings for USRC. And no, they don't continue with the opening bowler. They've asked Akasha to go back to the other end of the ground, in essence making him run approximately 120 meters, getting a good running exercise, because the new bowler is shirt number 66, and that will be Mohammad Hassan Khan. So he's personally one of my favorite bowlers in Hong Kong. The reason he's one of my favorite is because he's one of the fastest in Hong Kong. I've been broadcasting for a couple of years for Cricket Hong Kong, and whenever I see him bowl, it's highly fascinating to see. I remember once I was watching in Mission Road, he was bowling towards the end where we were seated, and one ball just went through the keeper's gloves. I thought we were in a spot of danger there. Rhythmic start, rhythmic run up. Shortish delivery. Looks like I jinxed it too early. It was a good run up. Unfortunately, he didn't get to the crease as well as he wanted to. And due to that, it's 4 runs. So I think there's a double discussion there. Because what happened is not only did he injure himself slightly, but I think the spikes went into the ground. And when he rolled over, he might have gone on to the danger end. So into the area where he shouldn't be treading as a bowler. I've been schooled a bit from the broadcasting team. It's not the danger end, it's the protected area. My apologies. But yes, I think it's an unofficial warning for coming on to the protected area. Hassan Khan to come again. Much better length, but not the right line. Hassan Khan doesn't seem to be bowling as fast as he would like to, but I think he's just warming up. It's a cold day. A very long run up he has, exceeding the 30-yard circle. Comes into bowl. Again, wide-ish. He's not able to get the right radar. Now what happens is, as a pacer, some of the feedback you get from the senior players is to cut down the speed and to focus on line and length. However, I disagree with that advice, and the reason is because when you start cutting down your natural pace, what happens is you start losing control of your line and length because you're thinking too much. So I would just say, just it's okay. It happens. You go back and bowl, and you bowl things like that. You just bowl like that. It wasn't far off from Nizaka Khan's bat, and if it hit the inside edge, he would have gotten a wicket there. So that's what he has to be aiming for. Mohammad Hassan Khan. You just keep continuing to bowl with an empty mind. Don't think too much. Forget about those extras, and you run in free like a free bird. And when you run in without thinking, when you just enjoy your bowling, you bowl balls like those. Fantastic bowling by the youngster there. His action reminds me a lot of Haroon Arshad. The only difference is he doesn't rock back as much, but he still manages to generate the same amount of pace or even faster. And it's quick. We don't have a speed gun with us, but I'm calling it mid 130s. Hassan Khan. It's a good start from him. A good recovery after those three wides. Apologies, two wides and a four. But yes, it's a good recovery from the first deliveries he bowled in the over. There's a lot of discussion happening between the bowler and the umpire. I think it's about how he's landing to the crease, whether he's coming very close to the tram line. At the end of the day, though, he shouldn't be thinking too much. Just run in. He bowls. Quick! That was quick. Right on the body. Felt like Nazaka Khan, although he's a class player, it felt that he also felt a bit rushed into that shot. So at the end of 13 overs, it is 95 for 1. So in comes to bowl is shirt number 18, the number 3 batter. No, I'm not talking about Virat Kohli. I'm talking about Sohaib Ahmed, the other number 3 batter, and the other number 18 behind his shirt. One thing I see here is Shahid Wasif. He has his helmet. He's ordered for the helmet. He isn't wearing it though. So I believe a spinner may be coming on soon, or he's thinking to come up to the stumps for Sohaib Ahmed. I think he's just giving a few balls, just seeing the line and length, the speed at which he's bowling. Because the last thing you'd like to do is come up to the stumps, the bowler bowls a quick ball down the leg, and it's 4 runs to the batter. false start? Interesting. I think the batter's having a chuckle. The broadcast team is having a chuckle. I think what happened is, I see. So the word was the umpire was going to call it a no ball because he overstepped. But again, a number 3 batter, he has sharp reflexes. So the moment he heard the no ball, like the reflexes which he has with his bat, he managed to just stop bowling the ball. Take number 2. It's a no ball again though. So this time he didn't have the sharpest of reflexes. He Okay, so the word I'm getting is the umpire waited this time for him to bowl the ball and then call a no ball. Cricket is a funny game. We've seen a lot of funny incidents happening today on the field. It's a free hit signaled by the umpire, but since they changed strike, the captain, Shahid Wasif, he can change the field accordingly. As expected, the change would be that he would bring the men behind the bat in front and he would give more protection in the V. So let's see if Nazakat Khan tries to go for a scoop. You don't need to go for a scoop when you can play those shots down the ground so beautifully. But wonderful fielding by the fielder there from USRC. Can't see who it is that clearly. It's Hassan Khan, the bowler who was bowling the previous over. So wonderful commitment from him. There used to be a time where fast bowlers had the liberty of making excuses on the field. But with limited over format, everyone has to chip in regardless. Is that a tickle down the leg? Umpire John Prakash signaling off the pad. And interesting because the keeper out of celebration threw the ball. But since he threw the ball was not dead. So the batters could have run. I just think though that they were looking more at the umpire because Anshuman Rath's wicket is more precious than one extra run they can get. Another no ball. Again, umpire John Prakash, he's signaling to the bowler where his foot is landing with the foot marks. Okay, so the word from a fielder I'm hearing is thoda sa piche kara de. He's asking the bowler to bowl from a few steps behind, which is a smart choice. If you're pressing on the front line, it's okay. One easy solution is to just bowl a few steps back. Even if you lose out a foot because you're bowling well behind the crease, it's okay. If you're a pace bowler, you're still going to give plenty of trouble to the batter. Perhaps I was wrong, as Anshuman Rath just honks him down the ground for another 4. And it's also the 100 up for Hong Kong Cricket Club. I don't hear applause from the dugout, which means I think they're oblivious to the milestone the team has gotten. With 156 more runs to chase and the required run rate at 4.27, you'd expect these two veteran batsmen to take them home. Okay, Shahid Wasif, the captain, he's coming up to the stumps, taking some assistance from his fielder to put on the helmet. So that's the exact reason why he ordered the helmet in the previous over. Wasn't necessarily to bring on a spinner, but to just ensure that players don't go down the ground or don't step down. That's the risk I was mentioning at the start of the over. The 4 wides which go down the leg side. I mentioned at the start of the over that when you stand up to the stumps, the risk you run is giving 4 wides down the leg side. And that's exactly what Suhaib has done. So again, this is all a risk to reward analysis the captain has to make. Is he coming up to the stumps, saving more runs? Definitely for this delivery, it ensured that Anshuman didn't go down the track. Personally here, I wouldn't like the keeper to stand up to me. Of course, I'm not that fast, but the reason I wouldn't want the keeper to stand up to the stumps is just because it loses the option for me to bowl a short ball. It's driven beautifully down to mid long on for a single. You can definitely share your thoughts in the comment. Would you like a keeper up to the stumps if you're a pacer? So feel free to share in the comments. I'll have a look here. Another reason why I wouldn't like a keeper up to the stumps is because I feel too constricted. I feel I have no leeway to bowl a wide. Of course, no one wants to bowl a wide, but it just causes me to be a bit more apprehensive. The third no ball of the over. So this has been an expensive over so far. 3 no balls, a 4 wide, a 4, and a couple of singles. So 8 extras, 7 runs, 15 runs coming off so far of these 5 deliveries. To my right, I see one of the fielders taking a comfortable seat on the cushioned lampposts of Hong Kong Cricket Club. If I were him, I'd do the same. There's so many balls in between. You can just take a seat. It's a wonderful venue to be watching some good cricket. 4 runs for Akbar Khan, making best use of the free hit. No second invitations required for the caliber of these 2 batters. Hong Kong Cricket Club, after 14 or 114 for 1, the run rate is above 8 runs and over. The required run rate almost below 4. And if you have a quick look at the batting card, Martin Kudzie played a good knock of 29 runs. Unfortunately so, couldn't capitalize. While these two, they're on a partnership to 46 runs of 33 deliveries, with Anshuman Rat scoring 58. If you have a quick look at the bowling card, wasn't the best starts of the opening bowlers and Sohaib as well, but the comeback, the perseverance and the resilience shown by the opening bowlers, they didn't lose their nerve when they were being taken to the cleaners. They ensured they kept bowling those hard line and lengths, and eventually Okasha got his reward with the prized wicket of Martin Kudzie. Well, at Rinks, what stands is 114 for 1 of 14 overs, 145 required in the next 36. Doesn't seem to be an intimidating order for HKCC. I wouldn't rule out USRC from the game. It's just a matter of a couple of wickets. So stay tuned to the game and we'll join you shortly after drinks. Okay, so the drinks has ended, and Hassan Khan to continue from the Jordan's lookout end. So during the drinks break, I had a chat with the HKCC manager, Mr. Nitesh Hemlani. He's given me a word about the new end names for HKCC.
跑過佢打係冇波嘅。Oh my day！原來跑過老師。
Oh wow, okay. So I think Hassan Khan learning a bit from the international levels. A nice prank, which I'll explain after the delivery. Shortish ball. Anshuman Rath tucks it down to deep square leg. So yes, to explain the prank, Hassan Khan Muhammad, he didn't have the ball. And the ball was with the umpire, so just a little prank to the batter and to the umpire as well. He decided to bowl without the ball. And eventually Anshuman Rath, who was on strike, he was looking for the ball, but he couldn't see any. I appreciate this from Hassan Khan. At the end of the day, it's a good Sunday evening in Hong Kong. Might as well have a bit of fun while you're playing some cricket. It keeps everyone entertained. The umpires, the players, and not to mention the broadcasters. So from the Jordan lookout end is Hassan Khan Muhammad. Nizaka drops it down, but it's cleaned up by the backward point fielder. So during the drinks break, I had a word with the HKCC manager, Mr. Nitesh Amlani. He's mentioned there are two ends here at the ground. One is called the Jordan's Lookout, and the other end, if you want, you can make guesses and type it into the comments. I'll reveal it in the next over when we have a bowler coming in from the end. So those who are tuning in, you have 4 deliveries to comment in what you think the name of this end is. To those who haven't heard it, I'm sure you can't guess it. A flash? That's not the Nizaka Khan we know. He's known for his top hand shots, like the one he just practiced. His entire game is playing with the straight bat. So a bit unusual and unorthodox from Nizaka there. Of course, with the required run rate just 4 and over, he might as well play with a bit of freedom. Number 66, Hassan Khan Muhammad. Faster delivery. Absolute rocket. I dare say he's touching the near 140 mark. I'm tempted to say this is late 130s or even touching 140 kilometers an hour. However, I don't have a speed gun, so you can't quote me on this. Hong Kong cricket, a lot of games are played on Astro. So luckily to all the players, Hassan Khan doesn't bowl on those. Otherwise he'd be a nightmare to face. Shortish delivery. All the acknowledgement for the bowler. It's a bouncer, but you can hear all the noise. If you're going to be bowling like this, you're going to be playing onto the batter's mind. What it does is it causes the batter to go more aggressive on the bowler coming in from the other end. So again, please feel free to comment what you think the other end name is. The final delivery from the Jordan's lookout end. Hassan Khan. Good length ball, but a bit too straight. Nizaka Khan tickled it down to find leg, and he manages to retain strike. So at the end of 15 overs, it's 116 for 1. Now for the big reveal. I hope we had drum rolls, but we don't. The reveal, okay, thank you to the producer, Mehreen. Gave me a slight drum roll. Aftab Hussain is going to be bowling from, wait for a minute, the haunted house end. The haunted house end. That you heard it correct. And the reason we call it the haunted house end, as per Nitesh Amlani, is behind the backdrop of this beautiful ground is an eerie looking bungalow. To be very honest, when I came here to the ground the first time, I did mention it to my fellow broadcasters that it does seem a bit scary, although you get good view of the cricket ground and you can watch some cricket. It does seem very gothic in nature. Does seem something you would see in horror movies. I don't want to say anything more. Don't want to waken up any spirits. But yes, Aftab Hussain will come in from the haunted house end. Perhaps one of you might be tuning in from the broadcast from that end, from that house. So apologies if I've offended. But definitely it does look like a prime place to be watching this ground, watching the cricket from. Hong Kong Cricket Club, a wonderful venue to play your cricket at. You have a wonderful restaurant inside the club, a road which slopes up. Played. 1 run to Nazakat. Yes, you have a wonderful hill road. So those who are traveling, you can get to see glimpses of cricket. Then on to the other end, you have a hiking trail. So there's a lot of greenery, a lot of fresh air in this ground. I'm not sponsored by the club, but definitely I would love to have a membership here. So anyone from Hong Kong Cricket Club, you can reach out to me if you like my commentary. You wouldn't mind a spare membership to the club. 1 run taken down the ground by Anshuman Rath. So ideally, Aftab Hussain would want to get Anshuman out. That way he can bring 2 right-handers and get the ball away from both batters. Of course, the other logic is to contain Nizakat Khan, to not allow him those singles, and to bowl as much as he can to the right-hander. But what I find interesting from Aftab is he's continuing to bowl left arm round the wicket, even to the left-hander. But of course, that's the risk you have when you bowl left arm round the wicket. You're bowling at an angle which comes into the batter. He steps down the ground and tonks it over, mid-off. 4 more runs to him as he marches on to 64 of 54 deliveries. 10 fours and a maximum to his name. Perhaps the haunted house end is called because a lot of these bowlers are taken to the cleaners from this end. Another aggressive shot. Is it in the grab? It seemed to be a good attempt, but it's 4 more runs to Anshuman. Back-to-back boundaries for the elegant left-handed batter. 68 of 55 deliveries. If you find the run rate equivalent to his innings, it's more than 7.5 and over. So Anshuman Rath, not only is he scoring runs, not only is he holding his wicket, but he's doing it at a brisk pace. And comes out the reverse. It almost confused the fielder at point, Akbar Khan. It spun so much due to the reverse sweep. But of course, that man can't do anything wrong today. Akbar Khan, he manages to stop that boundary. So, no damage done. It was a beautiful shot nevertheless, and it's after 16 overs, it's 127 for 1. And to continue proceedings from the Jordan's lookout end, it is Hassan Khan Muhammad. So from the Jordan's lookout end, it's Hassan Khan Muhammad, number 66. But with the way he's bowling absolute rockets. I wouldn't be surprised if you also named this the haunted house end. Of course, Nizakat Khan, it was back of a length and he punches it well. He doesn't seem to be ruffled up by pace. But to any other batter, facing Hassan Khan Muhammad might as well be a haunted house end. Whenever I see bowlers like Hassan Khan Muhammad or Harun Arshad, I always have the thought that what would it like to be facing Sean Tate? I only wish if you could have seen Sean Tate at his prime at one of these clubs. It would have been a daydream to watch them be playing here. It's a wide ball from Hassan Khan, lost his radar. Yes, I just imagine Sean Tate. Yesterday I was just watching an over from Sean Tate. He was bowling 160 kilometers an hour to Pakistan at, I think, the MCG. It was his home ground. Absolute rockets. I was just trying to visualize how would it feel like for the batter to face a bowler bowling at that speed. And that's why I'm not playing international cricket. And that's why you have Nizakat Khan who's playing international cricket. Because he's going to hit shots like those, two balls which are bowled at near late 130s. Pace doesn't matter to him. He saw the ball was the back of a length, rocked back on the back foot, and bam, that was 4 runs. He was on his toes. Pure elegance and class from the right-handed batter. Now Hong Kong Cricket Club, they've scored more runs than they require at this stage. And their required run rate has gone to 3.7 and over. Quick delivery, but it was too straight, too full. And well negated by the right-handed batter. One more run as he moves on to 20 off 23. This partnership is 65 of 48. More than 8 runs and over for this partnership. It is paramount for USRC to break through either one of these batters. Ideally, both of them. Hassan Khan. Fuller delivery. I think he lost his radar because he was trying a variation. It seemed to be much slower off the air. I still think it is pretty fast, but slower to his standards. So I think he had the right mindset. Wanted to bowl a slower ball, make Anshuman Rath drive, and hopefully get a catch. Fortunately, he didn't get the radar, let's say, in the right spot. I think he's going to try again. This time it might be the faster one. Play with the batter's mind. Yep. Shortish! But I shouldn't say shortish, I should say shortish. Because that was a shot right onto the top roof of Hong Kong Cricket Club. He saw the length, went back, and bam, it was 6 runs. Is it onto the road? Might as well be. Elegant shot by the left-handed batter. We're getting a new ball, as I don't think anyone's getting that soon. I might as well stay back after the game and try finding that ball. Keep a souvenir for myself. An amazing looking, semi-used Kookaburra ball. I think there's one ball that Akbar Khan hit, might as well be in the same area. I hear from Nitesh Shamlani he couldn't find the ball, which means I might stay back and try to find it myself. Of course, I was saying that I'm going to give it back to the Hong Kong Cricket Club. Not going to keep the ball myself. Wink, wink. Right? I was just gonna say that I found nothing and just have some nice pair of Kookaburra balls in my bag. Of course, that's not the intention. Oh, I think we have two balls given by the scorer, and the ball has come back. So there's three balls on the field right now. Now, what happens in ODI cricket, to those who don't know, is that there's one ball used per end. So what's going to be confusing for the umpires is if there's too many balls in the field, which ball is the right ball for which end. But of course, the professional umpires, I'm not umpiring at the moment. Right, with the short boundaries, of course, it's not practical to be having two balls for each end. So I think at the Premier League level, you're going to have one ball for the entire game. But of course, when you're playing international level cricket, what the rule is, there's going to be one ball per end. And the reason this rule was introduced is because when you see the ball on TV, it's a bit too darkish when the ball is 45 or 50-ish overs old. Now, when there's two balls being used, what happens is there's no new ball being introduced, so it's fair for both the batting and the bowling team. Nevertheless, Hassan Khan bowls a Yorker, but with the class of Nizakat Khan, he makes it seem way too easy. Any other batter, might as well felt that was a beautiful delivery, but with him, he just saw the ball early and flicked it, get a single. So after 17 overs, it's 142 for 1. And let's have a look at the worm. So if you have a look at the worm, HKCC, that's some strong divergence. They haven't been following the trajectory that USRC did, but it seems parallel to what USRC did at the end. So what USRC would be needing is if they can get a few more dots on those lines for the red line and manage to flatten out that red worm. Of course, it's a hard ask for the USRC bowlers, but with a left arm spinner with the caliber of Aftab Hussain, nothing is impossible. He takes off his jumper, so he might have something in plan. Might be bowling a special delivery. Let's have a look. Plays it back to him. So a dot ball. Nothing HKCC will be too bothered with. Delicately played. Good spin and bounce. But they were quick between the wickets and they managed to scamper for a single. Played down the ground for a single. So Anshuman Rath is now at 76 of 59. 11 fours and 2 maximums. Zakat Khan, 22 of 26. Well played. Straight bat. 2 long on. It's great to watch a high level of cricket played in Hong Kong. It inspires the young generation who tune into these broadcasts, and there's a lot to learn from these players. And speaking of learning, I think all the young batters, you just have to learn from Anshuman Rath. When you face a wonderful left arm spinner, all you do, you go down to the track, you meet the ball at its pitch, and you loft it for 6 runs. If it weren't for those nets at HKCC, this would be on to the roads. Not only would it have been a lost ball, but a danger, a safety hazard for those cars. Anshuman Rath, he's at 82. Slightly fortunate. If he had missed the ball, that would have gone straight to the hands of Shad Wasif. So it's an unfortunate thing for Aftab Hussain. He couldn't get the wicket of Anshuman. But again, Hong Kong Cricket Club, they're happy in the position they are. There seems to be a new bowler. Let's have a look at the shirt number. It's number 3. So it's Saeed Ibrahim Dawood. Apologies, it's Waqar Dawood. So Waqar, we'll have a look at what he bowls. I haven't seen him bowling in the Premier League just because I'm not here all the time. Also a busy man. Some nice leg spin. So nice leg spin bowling. Getting some word in again from Nitesh Amlani. He's with the broadcast team. He's warning us, especially me with the headset on, because I can run for safety, that a ball is coming towards us. And I do believe he's right. These two batters are batting absolutely brilliantly. Partnership is at 84. Luckily, this is the ball we don't mind which comes towards us. But it's a ticking time bomb right now. Eventually, one of those batters are going to go down the ground at the Jordan's lookout end, and we might as well get a ball coming straight into the broadcasting tent. So if you know we disappear for a while, I think you'll have your answer why. Of course, more than protecting ourselves, we'll always protect the broadcasting equipment. Of course, that doesn't need to be said. Tickle down to fine leg. Is it a single? Yes, it is. They scamper comfortably for that run. I'm a bit disappointed why Hassan is taken out of the attack. He was bowling absolute rockets, and I enjoyed watching him bowl. Is he going to reach the ball? Unfortunately not. Once it hits the lawn bowls area, it's going to go for a 4 because it'll run like a trace bullet, from the words of Mr. Ravi Shastri. And that's 4 more runs to Anshuman Rath. The classy left-handed batter is at 87 runs off 63 deliveries. 12 fours and 3 maximums to his name. So a quick stat, that's 66 runs of boundaries off his 87. And is he going to get another boundary? Not what? Because he's not going to get a boundary since there's the Centurion, the man who can't do anything wrong, Akbar Khan, protecting that deep mid-wicket region. It's the end of the over. 8 runs coming off it. There's an exactly 100 required. That's the word I'm getting from my producer. 100 runs required in 31 overs. So 159 for 1 of 19 overs. Aftab Hussain, he's back, bowling from the haunted house end. Will we see another 6 down the ground? I have a feeling we will. I didn't say this ball though, so you have to be patient. .1 overs, 159 for 1. This is honestly a respectable total for a T20 game. So it goes to show how well the three batters, Martin, Nizakat, and Anshuman Rath, how well they've been playing in these 19.1 overs so far. Is it a single? Yes, it is. The batters managed to come back for 1 run. So Nizakat Khan, he's moving closer to his half century. If you have any predictions, you can share it into the comments. We'd always love to read your comments.
Right now I'm saying comments because we're not getting the best comments so far.
So those who are a bit confused, if you're watching from the Cricket Hong Kong YouTube, the comments are not active there. You would have to comment from the Hong Kong Cricket Club stream. Of course, if you just want to have a watch of the game, it doesn't matter which stream you watch. You can watch from either streams, the feed is the same. And when we talk about the feed as being the same, the result is also the same. Nizakat Khan gets his 4th boundary. Both these batters targeting the V. No respite for the bowler here. No wonder it's called a haunted house end. It's either haunted house for the bowler, it's either haunted house for the batter. In this case, it's for the former. It's for the former, and that's why it's 4 more. No pun intended. Slightly uppish, but just a single. Saab is seen a bit dejected, but I don't think he should be too much. It's some great batting at display. As a bowler, you do know that if there's good batting, there's nothing much you could do. What's in your control is to increase the concentration of the good balls. I don't see anything wrong he's bowling. You should just stick. And eventually what happens with the law of large numbers, that wicket will come to your name. But you just have to be patient. Shot! Short ball from the spinner, doesn't matter. Nizakat Khan hits it for a 6, and it's the 100-run partnership. 105 of 70 balls. That's exactly 9 runs and over. So if you extrapolate this into run rate, it's 9 runs and over. 11 fours, 3 maximums. Nizakat Khan, 37 of 35. Dispatched, clean. That's a maximum for you. Luckily for the HKCC nets, the ball comes back right into play, and we can start again. But the result's going to be the same. Another 6 onto the nets of the swimming pool. Second 6, second ball of the over. 111-run partnership. Although I said we had the nets here, the word is that both these balls have been lost. So if you're at the club, please do the club a favor and stick back to find the balls and of course return it to Nitesh Hamlani, who you can easily find at the club. Of course, Nitesh Hamlani would return it back to USRC. He'll just do his job as the host of the club. Now you have Anshuman Rath on strike. Will we see the similar result? Too wide-ish, but not given because perhaps it spun after it passed the popping crease. Aftab Hussain, is he going to give a chase to the ball? Will he stop the ball? Does he stop it? Not quite. It's 4 runs. Unfortunately, 4 runs conceded by USRC, and Aftab Hussain almost got to the ball. It was a good effort, but But that's 4 more runs to Anshuman Rath, who now approaches his nervous 90s. It's 94 for him.
你唔 dive 嘅？喂，
And he brings up his maximum with a 6. That's a slog sweep into the mid-wicket region, and that's his 100. 100 off 69 deliveries, 13 fours and 4 maximums. Anshuman Rath, you deserve that applause. What an innings. I mentioned at the start of the innings that Akbar Khan, he was looking to be the man of the match if there were no other batters from HKCC who can replicate what he did. A half century was not enough, and he managed to convert that into 100. These are what big players do. They convert starts into big scores, and Anshuman Rath has stood up for his team. So now 69 runs needed in 29 overs, 2.38 an over. I don't think there's much competition left into the game, but you never write any team off because that's what cricket is. Cricket is a funny game, and a couple of wickets, you might see a bit of jitters from the dugout of HKCC. And there you have it. They managed to find that ball somehow. 190 runs of 21 overs. And that was 23 runs off this over. Another ball given by HKCC. So I think they've sent a couple of their blokes to get the ball, and that's why my job is easier. Of course, I don't need to go and find the balls, which I would have returned to Mr. Ditesh Amlani. We had the scorer coming in to give the ball, but no need as HKCC managed to do that job. Looks like we have a change of bowling. Seems to be a pacer. The new bowler is Abbas. It's a young bowler. So he's going to bowl seam up. Has a good start. He's bowling in the right line and length. But now with Anshuman getting his 100, I think you're going to see a fearless brand of cricket. If I remember correctly, Anshuman Rath brought his 50 up in around mid-40 balls. So he's gotten the next 50 in approximately 25 deliveries, which would entail a strike rate of 200. Fantastic change of pace by the batter. This is why he plays at the international level. It's not just about scoring runs or just playing beautiful shots. It's about having that game awareness and that versatility in your batting to change the pace depending on the situation. Beautifully driven, but there's protection. Bit of an anticlimax. I was hoping to see a couple more fireworks. Dot ball. Again, Nizakat Khan is at 45 runs, so he's close to the half-century mark. It'll be interesting to see if he also brings it up in style, like his partner Anshuman. Fuller, but it stayed low. This is the first time I've actually seen the ball staying that low on the surface. So I think now we're starting to see the pitch open up. Perhaps some cracks after 71 overs of cricket today. Fuller. But again, off the back foot because it isn't coming too fast. You will see these batters punching it around. And after 22, it's 193 for 1. I'll give you a brief update on what's happening at the Kowloon Cricket Club. Pakistan Association Premier are chasing an approximate 200. Now that game seems to be a bit more in the balance with 4 wickets lost. But when you have Yasim Murtaza and Ahsan Nawaz batting, you cannot write Pakistan Association off. The game can go either way there. At the moment from Hong Kong Cricket Club, it'll be an understatement to say that Hong Kong Cricket Club are in the driving seat. There we have it. The bowler I wanted to see back into the again. It is Hassan Khan Mohammed. I was looking forward to seeing him. Number 66. I enjoy seeing him bowl. It doesn't matter if he bowls a few wides. I don't mind. Because when he bowls and when he gets it right, it's enjoyable to watch. As cricket fans, everyone has their own taste on what they enjoy. For me, I love fast bowling. It's okay. You're just starting. You can get those balls down the leg side. Of course, I have a soft corner for any fast bowler. It's just something about them. When you see the ball traveling at 140 clicks an hour, it's enjoyable to see. It makes the game interesting. Comment if you do the same, but if you also watch the speed gun while you're watching international cricket, that's something I do a lot. I like to see the speeds after every delivery. Quick delivery, but driven down the ground. Shy the stumps, but Nizakat is back safe. So with 64 runs left for the target, I won't be surprised if you see some chin music coming from Hassan Khan Mohammed. Nothing to lose. And that might be the advice coming in from Akbar Khan, who just went off your screen. He's giving words of wisdom. Again, the man who batted 132 deliveries. He would have a lot of good advice for his young bowlers. So you see Hassan Khan Mohammed for Anshuman Rath. Fine leg back, square leg back. I'm expecting some short deliveries. It's okay. Perhaps he's trying to double guess the batter. He's trying to make the batter feel it's going to come in short, but it's coming in full. Again, Anshuman Rath, the batter wearing the number 10 jersey. Sachin Tendulkar also had number 10. So similar result for Anshuman Rath off the legend. He goes, just misses the fingertips of the cover fielder in the circle, and it's 4 more runs to him. His 14th boundary to bring up the 200 for Hong Kong Cricket Club. In the dugout, I don't see any applause, so I don't think they're aware. But 200 is up for Hong Kong Cricket Club. 200 off 22.2 overs. To give you context, the 100 came up for USRC in, I think, the 27th over. But I'll give some confirmation to that. It's a wide delivery. So, to confirm, the 100 came up for USRC in the 29th over, while Hong Kong Cricket Club have managed to score 200 in the 23rd over. It's another wide. Now looking at the scorecard, you think it's a one-sided contest, but there have been moments that USRC have kept Hong Kong Cricket Club in the dark. So for those just looking at the scorecard, it hasn't been a one-sided contest. Firstly, when Akbar Khan and Akbar Khan, when they were batting, they did give some jitters to Hong Kong Cricket Club. Fuller. But good stop again by Akbar Khan. And yes, when they had the new ball, although Hong Kong Cricket Club managed to get to a good start with Okasha getting that wicket of Martin Kudzier, it was a spot where USRC was dominating. Nevertheless, Hong Kong Cricket Club somehow managed to keep the pace going. That's one thing these two batters have done very well, and that is they didn't let the tempo go down. Speaking of tempo, Anshuman Rath is ensuring that it stays the same. 6 more runs. His 5th maximum, and it brings him to the magic score of 1-1-1. Triple one. Fantastic batting here from the left-handed batter. You can see his strategy. When he sees anything back of a length, he's going to rock back onto the back foot. I'm expecting either the bouncer or the Yorker in this delivery. It was Fuller, so I think he was trying to go for the block hole. Anshuman Rath disappointed. He did manage to get good connection, but couldn't loft it over, which is a shot he's practicing right now. So 51 more runs required. Run rate is now below 2. So if USRC have any outside chance of winning this game, it's only by getting a series of wickets in quick succession. They have the bowling lineup for that, but they need to draw the batters into a false shot. Is there a run-out opportunity? Not quite. There's a missed fielder by the fielder. And does it go to the boundary? Yes, it does. The unfortunate misfield by the fielder here. I think at the moment, a lot of the USRC players have lost hope. So at the end of the over, it's Hong Kong Cricket Club are 212 for 1 after 23. Just 47 more required. You can see some of the disappointment in the USRC fielders. The shoulders are slumping. They've lost faith. But at the end of the day, that's what the captain should do. Captain should lift up all the players. It doesn't matter if you lose from here. If you can get a couple more wickets, you tell the team that we're good enough. We have the ability and we can win games from this kind of situations. So it's about motivating your players to fight to the last ball. Almost. The fielder didn't dive forward, he dived to his right, which is why he couldn't get to the ball. I'm not going to define it as a drop chance. That would be too mean of me. But of course, it was a potential chance. That's how I could find the balance. Shortish. You don't bowl short to Anshuman Rath. What's going to happen is you're going to get another boundary. Confirmation whether it's 6 or 4. It's a 6. So a 6-6 for Anshuman Rath. 15 fours, 6 sixes. If he scores one more boundary, a fun fact will be that he scored 100 runs just off his boundaries. He just needs one more boundary. And there's also the 150 run partnership coming off 89 deliveries. So that means a run rate of more than 10 runs and over. And there we go. Anshuman Rath, you can celebrate again. You've gotten 100 in boundaries. So 125 runs, 100 of them have just been in boundaries. Please acknowledge the crowd. You've managed to get another feat to your name. So those who are interested in stats, that's 80% of the runs in boundaries. 80% of his runs are in boundaries. Take a minute to digest that stat. Which means if I remove his boundaries, he scored 25 of 57 deliveries. Now, of course, I wouldn't do that. That's unnecessarily cruel. And why would I need to do that when he can score another boundary? So he marches on to 129, 32 more runs needed, and he needs 21 more runs for his 150. Now, it seems like Nizakat Khan could have gotten to his 50, but what Anshuman Rath is doing is he's depriving him of the strike and scoring all the runs himself. So what might eventually happen is Anshuman Rath might reach his 150 before Nizakat gets to his 50. At the end of the over, it's 24. After the end of 24 overs, it's 231 for 1. And let's have a look at the Manhattan. Yes, USRC did manage to get a big over in the death, but HKCC, look at that. They managed to get many more consistent skyscrapers, especially at the start. And that was the issue with USRC. Although they managed to score a lot of runs towards the end, not to any fault of Waqas Khan or Akbar Khan, they had to rebuild, but what that caused was some quiet middle overs. Whereas HKCC, you can see some big skyscrapers reminding me of the skyline of Hong Kong. Ironic, isn't it? Hong Kong Cricket Club reminding you of Hong Kong. So 28 more runs required. Benny Paras Singh, he's going to continue from the Jordan lookout end. 6 more runs, is it? Yes, it is. He brings up his half century, Nizakat Khan. Subdued claps from the dugout. The reason it's subdued is because I think they've seen it way too often. Nizakat Khan scoring a 50. That happens almost every third time, I'd say. Nothing new to that. Both of these batters, international level players, full of caliber, full of class. And they've managed to take away the game from USRC. Benny Paras Singh on the pads, but it was too high, so no appeal, and it seems to be a leg bye. Anshuman Rath, I was on mute for a second, but he doesn't even give me the option to just stay still for a second. He just launches the ball. And wait, there's also a discussion of a no ball due to the fielders outside. So it is a no ball. Is it a no ball? Not sure. But it's one of the cleanest 6 we've seen so far today. Okay, so not a no ball not called. 5 fielders are there. A bit of a discussion from the USRC players and the Hong Kong Cricket Club in the dugout. They aren't happy. There's a bit of a altercation. So a no ball is being given. But it seems to be Akbar Khan on the boundary. Now there has been a lot of events in this delivery. It is a no ball. It is a 6. And there is a slight disagreement happening between the USRC and the HKCC dugout. Having a look there, I think the discussion is that Akbar Khan is saying that the umpire has not given it. You should not be calling it from there. Whereas the HKCC players are saying that it was a no ball. Okay, the drama's ended. Free hit to continue. And is it coming towards us? Thank you to Akasha. He saves us and he saves the broadcasting team. Damages from the ball hitting the equipment. But of course, it's a free hit, so the batter's not out. One more run to HKCC, and 13 more runs required for victory. Flat bats in Akbar Khan. I think he's in the wrong place. This is not the tennis court. It's a cricket ground. But of course, we see the tennis courts nearby. I think he wanted to play a bit of tennis. Forehands it right back down the ground for 4 more runs. The 250 is up now. 182 run partnership of 98 deliveries. And 9 more runs required. I just think the batters are having fun now. Inside edge. They're walking back for a single. So 8 runs required to win. Anshuman Rath requires 10 runs to score his 150. Now what could happen is if Anshuman Rath scores 7 and he manages to retain the strike, then if he scores a 6, he will reach his 150. Or if he even scores a 4, he will reach 151. So there is a chance for him to still score his 150, but I don't think that's his concern right now. His concern is to just play cricket. Single. The sprint. Direct hit, but not out. That's the speed of the two batters. But of course, good throw by the fast bowler Hassan Khan Mohammed. If you're going to be bowling rockets, no wonder you'll be throwing rockets. Okay, Akasha is going to come in from the other end. So you see both opening bowlers having a switch of ends. While this game is coming to a close, you can stay tuned to KCC where Aaron Bush is going to be taking you away. It's an interesting place there. Although the WASP shows Pakistan Association at 88% win chance, they are 4 wickets down. So you cannot rule out Kowloon Cricket Club. It's a fantastic game going out there. Anshuman Rath, not a 6, it's a 4. So there he goes to 145. 3 runs required now. And if he manages to hit a 6, he will be at 151 runs. But if he hits a 4, he will be at 149 runs. Could someone please go and run with a pair of gloves and give him that information? You can hear a lot of chants and prayers from the producer and director here. Both Marine and Lemon. Of course, with the way he's batted, everyone hoping, including me, that he does get to his 150. He really does deserve it. Unfortunately so, his innings comes to an end. I hope no one unpadded in the HKCC dugout. I don't think so, as I see Kinchut Shah perhaps coming down. But it's unfortunate. He's gone for 146 runs. There's a round of applause from the HKCC players and the USRC players. This was an innings to remember. A lot of sad faces and sad expressions from the broadcasting team here. We all were hoping for 150, but hats off to you. Remember the name Anshuman Rath. 145 runs. Now Kinchit Shah comes into the middle. Just a small task, 3 runs required. Will they look to score a boundary off the first ball? Although it's gotten a bit hotter, still a bit cold. So I hope that this game ends early now. We can pack up and I can grab a hot cup of coffee. To those who are just joining now, the game is on the verge of ending. Has it ended? Not quite. Good fielding by the USRC player. That's the level of commitment we all appreciate. Even though you might be losing the game, you want to fight for every single run. That's the spirit of cricket, which spectators and players both enjoy and respect. Now to those who have just been joining us, please stay tuned to KCC after this broadcast. There's a game still at hand over there. Hong Kong cricket always has some kind of exciting game going on. Is this the final game, final ball of the game? Okay, this is an anticlimax. You had both batters who batted phenomenally well try to go for glory shots and they've been getting out. Now my only concern is a timed out, because I think many of these batters unwinded thinking these two would finish the game off. I see a quick scampering of helmet. I see a quick scampering of gloves. Don't care who it is, just go out and finish the job. Sahal Malvinkar, you have the opportunity to score 2 runs for the team. Unfortunately for Hong Kong Cricket Club, because in the scorecard it won't be shown as won by 9 wickets. Nevertheless, it has been a dominating performance by the home team. Or am I speaking too early? And is there a twist to the tale? Sahal to potentially what could be his first and last delivery. Perhaps not his last. Maybe his last. Because now Kinchit is on strike. Oh, it's not, it's the over up. So it wasn't his first and last delivery. Scores are level. 1 run required. I think if we didn't lose any wickets, we would have seen an interesting shot being played. I see to my left Mr. Atif Hussain practicing a shot, perhaps explaining to the cameraman what the batter should be doing. But it's okay. Game is almost done. Benny Para Singh to bowl his 8th over. Bless you to the director. Bit of an anticlimax here. You were expecting Anshuman Rath to just hit a 6 and get the game done with. It's okay. Not all things go to plan. Sahal Malvinkar though, perhaps that was the plan. He can get a stylish boundary, add 4 more runs to his account, And well played to Hong Kong Cricket Club. Handshakes all around. Although Hong Kong Cricket Club finished it in 26.2 overs, I promise you this game was more exciting than the scorecard shows. Let's have a quick look at the batting card. Nothing much to say except for a stellar, commendable innings by Anshuman Rat. It was well supported with a quick cameo from Martin Kudzier and a solid hand from Nizakat Khan. Eventually Kinchit Shah and Sahal Malvinkar doing up the finishing work. Having a look at the bowling, not much to speak there. Of course, Okasha, he managed to claim all 3 of the wickets, and that was some good stump to stump bowling. All 3 of them were bowled. He bowls stump to stump, so there's good accuracy from him. Unfortunately so, it wasn't USRC's day, and they couldn't claim more wickets than those 3. So here's the match summary. Akbar Khan, your innings was a commendable one, but unfortunately it was overshadowed by the brilliance of Anshuman Rat. And of course, it was well supported by Nizakat Khan and Martin Kudzier. Hong Kong Cricket Club winning by 7 wickets. Thank you so much for all who tuned in to the Hong Kong Cricket Club. Signing off, we'll be seeing you next week at the Premier League.